Welcome back to another story on The Fiction Wizard. This time, we're bringing you, what if Fawkes burned every block on Harry at age 6 and revealed 19 stolen lordships plus Dumbledore's 50-year contract fraud. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, Ash and Gold. The fire went out at 12:07 in the morning. Not the fire Voldemort had left behind, that had died hours ago, eaten by rain and the cold indifference of an October night. This was a different fire entirely. It came from above, dropping through the ruined roof of what had once been the Potter's sitting room like a slow comet, trailing sparks that burned gold and copper and a deep, aching red that had no name in any human language. Fawkes landed on a piece of broken wall and folded his wings. He did not sing. Not yet. The house was a wreck. The stairs had collapsed on one side, the front wall had blown outward into the garden, and somewhere beneath a pile of scorched timber and shattered plaster, a child was crying. Not hysterically, not anymore. The crying had gone quiet and rhythmic, the sound of a small person who had long since exhausted their panic and settled into the grim business of simply enduring. Fawkes tilted his head. His eyes, deep and black and ancient in the way that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with knowing, found the boy immediately. Harry Potter was 6 years old, small for his age, and currently wedged beneath his mother's overturned writing desk in a corner of the destroyed sitting room. He had a cut above his left eye that had bled down the side of his face and dried there, and his dark hair was powdered with plaster dust. His glasses were cracked down one lens. He was holding his knees to his chest, and he was staring at the phoenix with an expression that had moved past fear into something calmer and stranger, a kind of hollow curiosity, the look of a child who has already absorbed the worst the night has to offer and simply does not have room for more terror. "Hello," Harry said. His voice was rough from crying but steady. He did not flinch when Fawkes spread his wings and stepped closer across the debris. Fawkes sang one note. Just one, low and warm and impossibly full, the kind of sound that pressed against your sternum from the inside. Harry blinked. Something moved behind his cracked glasses, a shift in the green of his eyes like light through water, and then Harry pressed the heel of his hand against his scar and made a sharp, short sound, not pain exactly, but the relief after pain, the gasp when a splinter finally comes free. "That was in there," Harry said, staring at his own hand. He sounded more puzzled than frightened. Something was in there. Fawkes tilted his head the other way. There were many things in there. Were, past tense, because Fawkes had not come to this house as a familiar following an old man's instructions. He had come because magic itself, the deep, wordless, breathing thing beneath all of it, beneath wandcraft and spellwork in 1,000 years of human attempts to codify what could not be fully codified, had made a sound not unlike the note he'd just sung, and that sound had pointed here, to this broken house, to this bleeding child packed full of things that didn't belong to him. Fawkes opened his beak and burned. Not fire, or not only fire. What came out of him was light structured like flame, a burning that was also an unmistaking, a picking apart of knots too small to see. It rolled over Harry in a wave that lit up the ruined room in shades of amber and white gold, and Harry, who should have screamed, who should have scrambled backward, who instead went very still in the way that animals go still when something in them recognizes they are being helped, closed his eyes. The blocks came apart one at a time. The first was on his magic itself, a dense and layered suppression that cracked like old ice and fell away in pieces. The second was on his memory, not his personal memories, those were intact, but his access to inherited memory, to the deep well of instinct and knowledge that wizarding families pass down through blood. The third, fourth, and fifth were on his perception. He would have grown up unable to see certain things clearly, unable to process certain patterns, unable to make connections that his own mind was perfectly capable of making. Someone had been very thorough. The sixth block was different. Fawkes paused on it, the way you pause when you reach a load-bearing wall and have to think about how to remove it without bringing the ceiling down. This one was not a suppression, it was a connection, a deliberate tether running from the scar on Harry's forehead to something distant and cold and not entirely conscious. Voldemort's work, not Dumbledore's, though Dumbledore had certainly known it was there. Had known, and said nothing. Fawkes pulled. Harry arched backward, both hands flying to his scar, and for a moment the room was full of a shrieking that came from nowhere physical. It was the sound of a portion of a soul having its hooks torn out, and it was not pleasant for either party. Then it snapped, clean and final, and the cold thing flung itself away into the night with a sound like breaking glass, and Harry collapsed back against the leg of the writing desk and breathed in long, ragged pulls. "Okay," Harry said, when he could speak. "Okay." He touched his scar. The lightning bolt was still there, still visible, but the skin beneath his fingers was just skin, warm, slightly tender, belonging entirely to him. Fawkes reached into his own plumage and drew out a scroll. It was not a particularly impressive object to look at, parchment rolled tight and sealed with wax the color of old amber, the size of a paperback book. But it hummed against the air the way a tuning fork hums, and the light off the wax seal was not reflected light. It was generated. It came from inside the document itself, from the weight of what was written there. He set it in front of Harry. Harry looked at it for a long moment. Then he looked at Fawkes. "Is it for me?" Fawkes blinked once. Slowly. The avian equivalent of obviously. Harry picked it up. The seal broke before he touched it, the wax splitting along a clean line the moment his fingers came within an inch of the parchment, as if it had been waiting for exactly the specific warmth of his particular hands. The scroll unrolled itself, and Harry had to scramble upright and hold it at arm's length to see it properly in the dim light, squinting through his cracked lens. He read for a very long time. Fawkes waited. He was excellent at waiting. He had been waiting for a great many things for a very long time, and a 6-year-old boy reading a document that would change the shape of the wizarding world was, he felt, worth the patience. Harry's expression changed several times. Puzzlement gave way to a furrowed concentration, which gave way to a slow and dawning outrage that looked, on a 6-year-old's face, both entirely too adult and entirely appropriate. His jaw set. His eyes sharpened. When he got to the third section, the one that listed, in neat goblin script, 19 noble wizarding houses and the specific means by which their assets, titles, and magical inheritances had been redirected, he made a small sound through his nose that was not a word but communicated a great deal. When he got to the final section, the contract, 50 years, signed with a flourish in green ink that still shimmered slightly on the parchment, Harry stopped reading and stared at the name at the bottom for a full 30 seconds. "Dumbledore," he said. Not loud. Not dramatic. The way you say a word when you are 6 years old and you are filing it somewhere in your mind under a category that did not previously exist. A category that might be labeled people who are not what they appear. He rolled the scroll back up carefully. He tucked it under his arm. Then he stood up, wincing slightly, because there was a bruise forming on his right hip that he hadn't noticed until now, and looked at the wreckage of his house. His parents' house. He stood there for a moment and looked at the place where the stairs used to be, and the place where the front wall wasn't anymore, and his face did something complicated and young and then went quiet again. "I need to get to Gringotts," Harry said. Fawkes made a soft sound, somewhere between a query and an agreement. "I know it's the middle of the night." Harry looked around the wreckage with the focused practicality of a child who has been solving small logistical problems his entire life because nobody solved them for him. "But they're goblins. They don't close." He paused. "Do they?" Fawkes extended one wing. "Right," Harry said. "Okay." He climbed onto the phoenix's back with slightly more confidence than the situation warranted, settling between the folded wings and gripping the warm feathers with both hands. The scroll was still tucked under one arm. "I've never flown before." Fawkes launched upward through the broken roof, and Harry made exactly one brief, sharp noise of surprise before going silent and leaning into the wind with something that was, if not confidence, a very close neighbor to it. Below them, the ruins of Godric's Hollow grew small. The village was dark and quiet. A half-dozen wizards and witches would arrive in the hours to come, drawn by rumors and grief, Hagrid among them, already on his way with a borrowed motorcycle and a broken heart. They would find the house empty. They would find no child to collect. Gringotts at midnight was not empty. It was never truly empty, because goblins ran on a fundamentally different relationship with time than humans did. They found the human tendency to sleep in predictable 8-hour blocks somewhat baffling and faintly wasteful, but at midnight it was quieter, the grand marble entrance hall lit by a reduced number of lamps, the curopes coiled and stored, the senior tellers replaced by a night crew whose expressions managed to be both bored and alert simultaneously. The senior night teller, a goblin named Sharpclaw who had been processing inheritance paperwork for 63 years and believed he had seen everything worth seeing, looked up from his ledger when the main doors opened. He saw a 6-year-old boy with a bleeding forehead wound, cracked glasses, plaster dust in his hair, and a gold-sealed scroll tucked under his arm. The boy was alone. He walked across the marble floor with the specific quality of walk that Sharpclaw associated not with children but with people who have decided something and are in the process of doing it. Behind the boy, visible through the briefly opened door before it swung shut, a phoenix banked away into the night sky. Sharpclaw set down his quill. "Gringotts is open," said the night teller to his left, automatically, though his eyes were also fixed on the approaching boy. "I know," Harry said, stopping at the counter. He had to stand on his toes slightly to see over the edge, which somewhat undercut the effect, but not as much as you might expect. "I need to speak with whoever handles inheritance for the Potter family vault. And possibly several others. It's urgent." Sharpclaw looked at the boy. He looked at the scroll. His eyes, sharp and amber, as old in their way as Fawkes but pointed in a much more specifically commercial direction, narrowed. "Your name?" "Harry James Potter. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter." Harry paused. "And apparently quite a few others. That's part of what I need to discuss." There was a silence on the teller's counter. The night teller to Sharpclaw's left had stopped pretending to work. The one to his right had leaned forward so far she was nearly horizontal over her ledger. Sharpclaw had not gotten to be the senior night teller at Gringotts Bank without developing a finely tuned sense for when a situation had just become significantly more interesting, and significantly more lucrative, than it had appeared 30 seconds ago. He stepped down from his elevated stool, which was something he did perhaps 3 times a year. "Come with me, Mr. Potter," he said. "Lord Potter," Harry said, not unkindly. "Just correcting a factual error. Or I will be, once the paperwork's done. Which is why I'm here." Sharpclaw's thin mouth curved in a way that might, on a human face, have been a smile. "Of course. Come with me, Lord Potter." The office they took him to was underground, which most of Gringotts was, and decorated in the goblin aesthetic of dense practicality. Every surface was either a work surface or a storage surface, the walls lined with indexed files and sealed scroll cases, the lighting bright and slightly blue-tinted. A fire burned in a grate that was proportioned for goblin sizing, so Harry pulled his chair close to compensate for the warmth not quite reaching him, and sat. There were 3 goblins in the room within 10 minutes, Sharpclaw, a senior inheritance accountant named Goldtooth who had been hauled out of what appeared to be an extremely comfortable chair in a back office and was nursing a cup of something dark and steaming, and a very old goblin named Ragnok, not the Ragnok who ran Gringotts, but a Ragnok, a distant cousin of the director with responsibility specifically for the hereditary accounts of Britain's most ancient wizarding families. Harry laid the scroll on the table. Ragnok the cousin looked at the seal. His expression did not change, but he stopped moving entirely for the space of 3 breaths, the way a man stops moving when he sees something he recognizes and has not expected to see outside of legend. Then he reached out with both hands, which was itself notable. Goblins handled important documents with one hand as a matter of professional detachment, and picked it up. He read for 4 minutes. Nobody spoke. Where did you get this? He asked, finally. A phoenix gave it to me, Harry said. In the ruins of my parents' house. Which is where I just came from. He touched the dried blood on his face, not drawing attention to it, just making a point. Goldtooth made a sharp sound and pushed a clean cloth across the table. Harry took it and pressed it against the cut above his eye with the practiced ease of someone who had tended their own small injuries many times. The Phoenix, Ragnarok said carefully, gave you a document sealed with the Vault of Inherited Truth. If that's what the seal is called, yes. Documents sealed with the Vault of Inherited Truth cannot be created by human hands, Ragnarok said, in a tone that suggested he was saying this largely for the benefit of Sharpclaw and Goldtooth, who were both watching Harry with varying degrees of controlled astonishment. They are generated by magic itself when a sufficient injustice, a sufficiently large and sustained theft of magical inheritance, has gone unaddressed for long enough that magic deems direct intervention necessary. That makes sense, Harry said. He adjusted his cracked glasses. Given the contents. Yes. Ragnarok set the scroll down and looked at the boy across the table with an expression that had moved through several stages in the last 4 minutes and settled somewhere between profound calculation and something that was almost, though not quite, respect. Tell me, Lord Potter, do you understand what is listed in this document? Most of it, Harry said. Some of the Wizengamot terms I wasn't sure about. And I didn't recognize all of the house names. But the accounting is clear enough. Someone has been taking money and titles that belong to me and to other people, and redirecting them somewhere else, and there's a contract at the end that explains some of why. He paused. I'm 6. My education hasn't been ideal. But I can read numbers. Goldtooth made a noise that he converted into a cough with about 60% success. The document lists 19 houses, Ragnarok said. Aside from your own. Yes. I counted. Some of those houses have living heirs. Some do not. Some have heirs who are unaware of their status. I figured. Harry folded his hands on the table with a deliberateness that looked, on a 6-year-old, slightly uncanny. What can Gringotts do? Legally. Right now, tonight, without waiting for the Wizengamot or the Ministry. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then he said, a great deal, actually. Goblin contract law is older than the Ministry of Magic and is not subject to its jurisdictional authority. If a Vault of Inherited Truth document has been presented to us by the legitimate heir, we are not only permitted, we are legally obligated, to initiate an immediate inheritance audit, freeze any accounts receiving funds that properly belong to the named heirs, and issue formal notifications to all parties listed. Including the party at the end of the contract. Including all parties at the end of the contract. Harry nodded. Then I'd like to do that. All of it. Tonight. Sharpclaw, who had been silent for the better part of 10 minutes, said carefully, the parties at the end of the contract include several individuals with significant political power in the British wizarding world, Lord Potter. Yes, Harry said. I noticed. You understand that initiating this process will have considerable consequences. Harry looked at him. 6 years old, plaster dust in his hair, still pressing a cloth against a bleeding head wound, sitting in a chair slightly too large for him across from 3 goblins in the middle of the night in the bowels of Gringotts Bank. My parents died tonight, he said. My house is destroyed. Someone put things in my head without my permission and stole 19 lordships from my family and others, and signed a contract to essentially control British wizarding society for 50 years. He paused. I'm already aware that things have consequences. I'm asking you to start the process. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached beneath the table, produced a blank ledger and a black-tipped quill, and began to write with the efficiency of someone who has just made a professional decision and intends to execute it without further delay. Goldtooth, he said, pull the Potter inheritance files. All of them, main line, cadet branches, alliance records, everything. Sharpclaw, I need the standard form for a Vault of Truth audit initiation and the notification templates for formal theft of inheritance. He looked at Harry. This will take the rest of the night. That's all right, Harry said. He lowered the cloth from his head. The bleeding had stopped. I don't have anywhere to be. It took until dawn. What emerged, document by document, over the course of those hours was not so much a revelation as an excavation, the careful uncovering of something that had been buried under layers of legitimate-appearing paperwork, ministerial decrees, and goblin process transfers that had been processed in the letter of goblin law while violating its spirit with considerable sophistication. The Potter family alone had been losing resources for 3 years. Not all at once, that would have been noticeable. Slowly, in increments, through a dozen different mechanisms, a trust fund redirected here, a property title transferred there, an alliance debt quietly shifted onto the Potter accounts while the corresponding obligations disappeared. Goldtooth, who had been in the inheritance accounting department for 40 years and considered financial crimes a deeply personal insult, produced a running total on a second ledger that got longer and more emphatic as the night progressed. The other 18 houses told similar stories, though the methods varied. Some had been drained through forged proxy votes in the Wizengamot. Some had their lordship titles placed in administrative abeyance through parliamentary procedure, a perfectly legal mechanism designed for houses whose heirs were underage or incapacitated, which had then been exploited to effectively strip those houses of their political voice indefinitely. 3 houses had living heirs who were currently in situations, orphaned, impoverished, or quietly institutionalized, that looked far less coincidental in the context of everything else. And then there was the contract. 50 years. Green ink. A signature that belonged to the most powerful wizard in Britain. The contract's terms, which Goldtooth translated from the specific arcane legal language of international magical contracts into plain English for Harry's benefit, amounted to this: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in the year 1951, had entered into a binding magical agreement that granted him effective control over the structure of Hogwarts curriculum, the composition of key ministry committees, and, most critically, the vote allocation of no fewer than 11 Wizengamot seats that properly belonged to the houses now listed in Harry's scroll. In exchange, Dumbledore had provided something to the counterparties. That section was sealed, which was notable in itself, because sealed sections of a Vault of Truth document were not sealed to hide things from the reader but to protect information that could be weaponized, that amounted to protection. Access. Strategic advantage. He sold political infrastructure, Harry said, when Goldtooth finished translating. It was nearly 5 in the morning. The fire had burned low. Harry had drunk 2 cups of an herbal tea that Sharpclaw had produced somewhere around 3 o'clock and had not mentioned being tired once. He took things that weren't his and used them as currency. In essence, Ragnarok said. He had the look of a goblin who had spent the night recalibrating his understanding of a situation and found the final calibration deeply satisfying in a professional sense. Though his motivations are adjacent to that description. Meaning? Meaning the contract's preamble suggests his purpose was not personal enrichment. Ragnarok tapped one long finger against the relevant section. He genuinely believed he was using those assets to construct a system of checks against the rise of dark magic. The seats he controlled, he voted consistently in ways that were anti-dark arts. The funds he redirected, they went, according to this audit, into programs that genuinely did work. Aura training. Research. He was not lining his own pockets. Harry was quiet for a moment, reading the preamble section again. His expression was unreadable in the way that some children's expressions are unreadable when they are thinking much harder than adults expect them to. That makes it worse, he said finally. If he'd just been greedy, it would be simple. But he decided that what he wanted to do with those things was more important than what they were for. He decided he knew better. Harry set the scroll down. Those houses, the ones without seats now, the ones whose heirs are in bad situations, they didn't get a choice. He made the choice for them. And called it protection. There was a silence. Goldtooth, who had not said a single non-accounting-related word all night, said quietly, "Yes. That is precisely it." By the time the first grey light of November 1st started pressing against the small high windows of Ragnar's office, Harry had signed 14 documents, had his magical signature, already remarkable in its clarity and strength for a child his age, a fact that Goldtooth noted in a side ledger and did not mention aloud, registered in the Gringotts inheritance system, and received a provisional lordship confirmation for the House of Potter pending the full audit. He also had a new living situation. This was Ragnar's doing, practically and legally. Under Goblin inheritance law, a confirmed heir in possession of a valid Vault of Truth document could not be placed under the guardianship of anyone whose name appeared in that document as a party to the fraud without explicit consent from both the heir and the Goblin Oversight Council. The name Vernon Dursley did not appear in the document. He had no role in any of this, being a thoroughly non-magical man whose only connection to the situation was that his wife's sister's husband's murderer had died in his wife's sister's house, but the mechanism through which Harry had been placed with the Dursleys did connect back to the document, because the guardianship arrangement had been formalized through Dumbledore's authority as Supreme Mugwump, and Dumbledore's authority in that capacity was, as of approximately 3 a.m. when Sharpclaw had finished a specific sub-audit, legitimately questionable given the contract irregularities. "So I don't have to go there," Harry said. "No," Ragnar said. "You do not." "Where do I go?" Ragnar consulted a list. It was a list of safe properties belonging to families with no connection to the document's fraud, maintained in Gringotts' protective portfolio. "There is a cottage in Godric's Hollow itself, separate from your parents' home. It belonged to a side branch of the Potter family and is currently unoccupied. There is a flat in Edinburgh maintained by the Potter Trust for precisely these contingencies. And there is the Potter ancestral seat, which is in the Scottish Highlands and is fully staffed and warded to a standard that would give most ministry aurors a significant inferiority complex." Harry thought about it. "The ancestral seat," he said. "If I'm going to do everything this document says needs doing, should probably be somewhere I can work." Ragnar wrote something down. "I will have it prepared by this afternoon." "Also," Harry said, "I need one more thing." "Yes?" "Whoever the other heirs are, the living ones, from the other houses. Can you notify them?" "Not officially, not yet. Just, can you make sure they know someone is doing something? Some of them might be in bad situations right now because of what's in this document. They should know it's changing." Ragnar looked at the boy across his desk, the 6-year-old with the dried blood on his face and the cracked glasses and the scroll that had fallen out of the sky in the middle of the worst night of his life, and he said, "I can do that, Lord Potter." "Thank you," Harry said. He said it the way people say it when they mean it entirely and are not using it as punctuation. Then he slid out of the chair, because the chair was slightly too tall and dismounting required a small jump, and stood in the middle of the Goblin office in the pale early morning light. Fawkes was sitting on the window ledge. Harry had not seen him come back, but there he was, folded neatly against the narrow frame, his feathers catching the dawn light in shades of copper and amber. He looked at Harry with those deep, ancient eyes. "Right," Harry said. He picked up the scroll. He straightened his cracked glasses. He walked to the door, which Sharpclaw was already opening with the focused efficiency of a goblin who has just witnessed history and intends to be properly positioned for whatever comes next. "Lord Potter," Ragnar called. Harry turned. "The audit notifications will go out today," the goblin said. "To all listed parties. Including the one with the green signature." "Good," Harry said. He went out into the morning. Behind him, in the office, 3 goblins looked at each other. Then Goldtooth picked up his ledger and began to write, and Sharpclaw went to send the first of many notifications, and Ragnar sat still for a moment with the Vault of Truth document open in his hands and something that looked, if you were watching closely, like deep professional satisfaction on his ancient grey face. The work, at last, could begin. The Ministry of Magic did not open until 9 o'clock. At 8:47, a ministry owl arrived at the desk of Mafalda Hopkirk in the improper use of magic office with a standard underage detection report. She read it, frowned, read it again, and went to find her supervisor. The report noted a significant magical event at Godric's Hollow on the night of October 31st, massive, off the charts, the kind of reading that usually indicated something catastrophic. Nothing unusual there. They'd already had a dozen such reports and the whole department knew about Voldemort's defeat by now, even if the details were still filtering through. What made Hopkirk frown was the second reading, smaller but distinct, logged at precisely 12:09 a.m., a burst of magic from a source the detection equipment had registered as minor/developing, i.e., a child, that had a signature unlike anything in the underage files. It did not match the profile of accidental magic. It matched nothing in any profile. Her supervisor looked at the report for a long time. Then he filed it under unexplained events/pending review, which was the bureaucratic equivalent of a very full drawer that nobody ever opened, and told Hopkirk to move on. He would think about this, later, and wonder. The cottage, and calling it a cottage was technically accurate in the way that calling the ocean technically accurate as a body of water, sat on 40 acres of Scottish Highland on the edge of a valley that had been in the Potter family since 1342. The main building was old stone and new timber, for stories, with additions that had been made by 6 successive generations of Potters and had therefore produced an architectural effect that was charming and slightly chaotic, full of unexpected staircases and rooms that seemed to exist at angles not strictly authorized by geometry. The house elves had it warm and lit by the time Harry arrived. He stood in the entrance hall, stone flags, high ceiling, a chandelier doing its best, and looked around. There were portraits on the walls, the usual moving and commenting kind, and several of them were watching him with expressions that ranged from hopeful to tremulous to, in the case of one very old witch in the uppermost left corner, actively tearful. "Hello," Harry said. A burst of overlapping responses. He let them talk. He caught, amid the noise, variations on "You look like James" and "Lily's eyes" and "Thank goodness you're all right" from a dozen gilded frames, and he stood in the middle of all of it and let it wash over him until it settled. "I'm all right," he said. "I'm going to need to know everything about the family history. When I've slept, I'll come back and we can talk properly." He paused, looking up at the portrait of a tall man with Harry's exact cheekbones and a considerably larger nose. "Is that Charles Potter?" "My grandson," the portrait confirmed, in a voice that shook slightly. "Which makes you his son's son," Harry said. "Yes." He looked at the portrait with the focused quiet of someone taking a measurement. "Did you know about the Lordships? The ones that were redirected?" A long silence. Most of the portraits looked at each other. "We suspected," Charles's father said, finally. His name was Henry, and he had served on the Wisengamot for 30 years. "There were things that seemed wrong. But portraits cannot act, my boy. We see and we remember, and we cannot act." "You can tell me," Harry said. "That's acting enough, for now." He went upstairs to sleep, with the knowledge that when he came back down, the portraits on the walls of his ancestral home would tell him everything they had ever seen and suspected and remembered and had had no one to tell. He slept for 5 hours. He did not dream. When he came back down, he was carrying a fresh parchment and a quill, and he sat in the entrance hall for 3.5 hours and wrote down everything the portraits told him, in small, neat handwriting, organized by date and relevance. Then he wrote a letter to Gringotts, a letter to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and a very short letter to a man named Sirius Black, care of Azkaban Prison, addressed in the careful script of a 6-year-old who had just learned something that changed everything. "Dear Mr. Black," it said. "My name is Harry Potter. I have recently come into possession of information that suggests your imprisonment may not be legal. I have asked Gringotts to investigate on your behalf. I wanted you to know that someone is looking. I believe you were my parents' friend. I hope that counts for something. Yours sincerely, Harry James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter." He sealed it. He called for the house owl, a large, dignified barn owl named Archimedes who had been waiting in the owlery with the air of an employee very ready to be useful, and sent it. Then he sat down in the chair by the fire in the entrance hall, surrounded by the portraits of his ancestors, with Fawkes somewhere on the roof above singing a song that the valley reflected back softened and made enormous, and he opened a book from his father's library about the structure of the Wizengamot and began to read. He was 6 years old. He had just had the worst night of his life. He had also, somewhere in the wreckage of it, found the shape of what came next. At 9:15 that morning, a formal notification from Gringotts Bank arrived on the desk of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He was in his office at Hogwarts. He had not slept either, though for different reasons. He had spent the night managing the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, processing the impossible fact of Harry's survival, and beginning the quiet series of arrangements he considered necessary for the boy's future. He had just sent Hagrid to collect Harry from the ruins. He opened the Gringotts notification. He read it. He read it again. He set it down on the desk, very carefully, and stared at the fire for a long time. The notification was formal, official, and absolutely unambiguous. Harry James Potter, acting as Lord of the House of Potter under Goblin inheritance law, had presented a Vault of Inherited Truth document to Gringotts Bank and initiated a full inheritance audit of 19 wizarding houses. All accounts receiving funds from those houses were frozen pending investigation. All parties named in the associated contract were hereby notified of potential breach of magical inheritance law. His name was on that list. Dumbledore sat in the firelight of his office, surrounded by instruments that whirred and clicked and the portraits of previous headmasters pretending to be asleep, and thought. He thought about a night 30 years ago and a decision that had seemed, at the time, clearly and obviously correct. He thought about the boy in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, whom Hagrid would shortly discover was not there. He thought about a phoenix that had not answered his call in 3 days and was not currently on its perch. He looked at the empty perch for a long moment. Then he stood, moved to his desk, and began writing a response, careful, measured, and already 3 moves behind a 6-year-old in a house in the Scottish Highlands who was currently reading about Wizengamot voting procedure with a quill in his hand and a fire at his back, and who was very much not afraid. Chapter 2, 19 Seals. The first week at the ancestral seat passed in a rhythm that Harry invented as he went. Mornings were for the portraits. He would come down before breakfast. The house elves, who had introduced themselves as Mipsy, Tock, and a very elderly one named Crew who moved slowly but remembered everything, had started producing meals at 6 a.m. after discovering Harry was reliably awake by then, and he would sit in the entrance hall with parchment and quill and ask questions. The portraits were extraordinary repositories. Henry Potter, the Wizengamot veteran, knew the political history of every major wizarding family in Britain going back a century. A woman named Ignotia in the third-floor corridor had been a barrister in the Goblin Wizard Joint Courts and knew inheritance law the way other people knew their own faces. A young man named Edmund on the landing, dead at 22 in the first Grindelwald conflict, knew the dark arts with the intimacy of someone who had fought them and lost. Harry listened to all of them. Afternoons were for reading. The Potter library was not as large as some. It had been partially raided in the years before his parents' death, something the Gringotts audit was already documenting, but what remained was substantial, and Harry worked through it with a focused appetite that made Crew the house elf click his fingers in quiet approval every time he passed the library door. Evenings were for writing. Letters to Gringotts, as the audit updates came in daily now, each one a little longer and more detailed and more damning than the last. Letters to the Wizengamot's Public Records Office, requesting documents he was legally entitled to as a confirmed heir. Letters to Madame Marchbanks, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, who had written a brief note of condolence about his parents and received back a 3-paragraph response about the legal status of proxy guardianship that had clearly not been what she expected and which she had, to her credit, answered seriously. He did not write back to Dumbledore. There had been 2 letters from Hogwarts. The first was formal, careful, sympathetic, and made no mention of the Gringotts notification. It expressed deep concern for Harry's well-being and suggested, in the measured language of a very intelligent man choosing his words very deliberately, that Harry's current living arrangements might not be the most appropriate for a child of his age and that Dumbledore would be glad to assist in finding something more suitable. Harry had read it, noted the complete absence of any acknowledgement that Dumbledore's own name appeared in an active fraud investigation, and put it in a folder labeled correspondence to address once the audit is complete. The second letter had arrived 3 days later. It was shorter, warmer in tone, and more direct about its purpose. Dumbledore wished to visit. He was concerned. He felt a personal responsibility. Harry had put that one in the same folder. Mipsy, who had appointed herself Harry's primary caretaker with the territorial focus of a house elf who has found her purpose, was deeply approving of the folder system. Lord Potter is very organized, she told Talk, in the way house elves discuss their charges, loudly enough to be overheard while technically directing the comment elsewhere. Lord Potter heard that, Harry said, from behind his book. Mipsy looked delighted. The Gringotts audit team arrived on day 8. There were 4 of them, Goldtooth, who Harry already knew, and 3 junior auditors whose names were Flint, Barb, and Shrewd, names that told you something about goblin naming conventions, Harry thought, which were apparently more aspirational than human ones. They set up in the Potter estate's formal dining room, which was large enough to accommodate the quantity of documents they arrived with, spreading ledgers and scroll cases across the long table with the organized efficiency of people who do this often and have strong opinions about table real estate. Goldtooth laid out the situation in the direct, information-dense way of a goblin who respects his audience. 19 houses, he said. Of those, 7 are fully extinct. The last heirs died without issue and the assets should have reverted to allied families by the terms of their founding charters. In 6 of those cases, they did not. The assets were redirected through administrative procedures initiated between 1952 and 1971. He tapped a ledger. 4 of the remaining 12 houses have living heirs who are aware of their status. 3 have living heirs who are not. And the other 5? Harry asked. In legal abeyance. The heirs are either minors, 2 cases, or declared magically incapacitated by the wizarding medical authority. Goldtooth's tone on those last 3 words carried a particular quality, flat and deliberate, that communicated his opinion without stating it. Declared by whom? The declarations were reviewed and approved by a Wisengamot Oversight Committee chaired, in all 5 cases, by the same individual. Harry nodded. He had expected this. What happens to those 5 houses now that the audit is active? The abeyance declarations are automatically suspended pending our review. The heirs, including the ones declared incapacitated, must be evaluated by an independent medical authority within 30 days under Goblin contract law. Good. Harry turned to the pile of individual house files that Flint had separated out. Take me through the heirs who don't know. The first was a girl named Augusta Longbottom's grandson. Actually the file was for the grandson, one Neville Frank Longbottom, aged 6, whose parents were in St. Mungo's long-term ward following a torture incident that had nothing to do with the inheritance fraud but whose status as an heir to the secondary lordship of Griffin's Vale, a small but legitimate title, had been quietly removed from the records in 1983 while both parents were incapacitated and his grandmother was dealing with the immediate crisis. Someone had used a family tragedy as a filing opportunity. Harry spent rather longer on that file than Goldtooth had expected. Is the grandmother, Augusta, is she aware of the fraudulent removal? She is not listed in any correspondence on the matter, Goldtooth said. The filing was done through an intermediary proxy. Notify her, Harry said. Personally, not through formal channels. She's managing enough. She should hear this from someone who, he paused. Actually, can I write the notification letter myself? Goldtooth looked at him with an expression that recalibrated slightly. That is not standard procedure. I know. But she's an elderly woman dealing with her son and daughter-in-law being in St. Mungo's and raising a 6-year-old grandson. A formal legal document from Gringotts in that context is going to land like a second disaster. Harry picked up the quill. I'll draft something. You can review it for accuracy and send it under the Gringotts seal if you want. I just want it to be comprehensible. Human. Goldtooth was quiet for a moment. Then, draft it. I will review. The second heir who didn't know was a 17-year-old girl named Daphne Greengrass, eldest daughter of House Greengrass, who knew she was a magical heir but had been told the family's Wisengamot seat had been lost in a legal dispute 2 generations back. It hadn't. It had been transferred via a proxy vote she could not have known about, into the administrative control of a committee that no longer technically existed, which was itself a creative piece of parliamentary origami that Ignotia the portrait barrister had warned Harry was possible and deeply frowned upon. The third was a boy named Theodore Knott Jr. Aged 8, whose father was currently in Azkaban as a convicted Death Eater and who was being raised by an elderly grandfather with very little money and a great deal of stubborn family pride and no idea that the Knott family's secondary estate in Wales had been transferred out of their name in 1979 through a mechanism that was technically legal and substantively theft. His father's a Death Eater, Harry said. Yes. Does that affect the son's inheritance rights? Under Goblin law, no. The sins of the father. Goldtooth made a specific goblin gesture with his right hand that communicated something like are the father's problem, do not transfer to the heir. Good, Harry said simply. Then restore it the same as the others. The audit had been running for 9 days when the letter from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement arrived. It was not addressed to Harry. It was addressed to Gringotts Bank, and Goldtooth brought it to Harry's attention because it concerned the audit directly. The DMLE had received Gringotts' formal notification of inheritance fraud, was taking the matter extremely seriously, and would be sending a representative to review the documentation at the earliest opportunity. The signature at the bottom was Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I know that name, Harry said, going through the mental file he had been building on every senior official he'd been able to research. She's the one who pushed for stricter verification procedures on Ministry Wisengamot seat allocations in 1978. Voted against 3 ministerial appointments in the last decade on procedural grounds. Never been formally censured. No record of political alliance with any of the major factions. He looked at Goldtooth. She's clean. Our assessment agrees, Goldtooth said, in a tone that suggested goblins had their own files on the relevant parties and Goldtooth's was considerably more detailed. When she comes, I want to be here. You are the presiding heir in the audit. You are entitled to be present. I know I'm entitled. I'm saying I want to be. Harry looked at the letter again. She should hear it directly. Not through a proxy. Amelia Bones arrived 4 days later on a Tuesday morning, traveling by ministry flue to the estate's formal receiving room, which Tock had prepared with a fire and tea that nobody asked for but which turned out to be exactly what everyone needed. She arrived alone, which Harry noted. She could have brought staff, junior aurors, a legal aid. She hadn't. She was a solid woman in her early 50s, with short gray-streaked hair and a monocle she wore with the unself-conscious authority of someone who had stopped explaining it years ago. Her robes were ministry standard but well-kept, and she carried a single briefcase with the quiet efficiency of someone who trusts their own preparation. She stepped through the flue, straightened her robes, looked around the receiving room, and then looked at Harry. There was a brief pause. Harry was sitting in the chair nearest the fire with a cup of tea and the current audit summary on his lap, wearing clean robes that Mipsy had pressed with tremendous personal investment. He was aware that he was 6 years old and that this probably created a certain amount of cognitive dissonance for people meeting him in a professional context for the first time. He was also aware that there was nothing to be done about it except be straightforward. Madam Bones, he said. Thank you for coming in person. Please sit down. Amelia Bones sat down. She looked at him for a moment in the way of a very competent person recalibrating their expectations without making a production of it. Then she said, Lord Potter. Yes, Harry said. You're 6. I was 6 when I started the process, Harry said. I'll be 7 in July. I'm not sure the age is relevant to whether the fraud occurred. It's not, Bones said. I'm not suggesting it is. She set her briefcase on the table between them and opened it. I'm suggesting it's remarkable. For what it's worth. She produced her own documentation. The DMLE had clearly done its own preliminary work on the Gringotts notification before this meeting, and the stack of parchment she laid out was substantial. Walk me through it. So Harry walked her through it. He started with Fawkes, because it was the only honest place to start, and he told her what had happened at Godric's Hollow the way he'd told it to Gringotts, plainly, accurately, without dramatization. He showed her the scroll. He watched her face as she read the relevant sections. Her face was good, controlled, professionally neutral. But there were moments. When she got to the section on the abeyance declarations and the 5 heirs declared incapacitated, a tightening around the mouth. When she got to the contract, complete stillness for approximately 15 seconds. You know what this means, she said. It was not a question. Yes. Politically. What this means politically. It means that a significant portion of the Wisengamot's current power structure is built on a fraudulent foundation, Harry said. And that the person responsible is currently the Supreme Mugwump and the Chief Warlock, which means he has oversight authority over the body that would normally investigate this kind of fraud, which is a structural problem. Bones looked at him. You have been doing a great deal of reading. I've had 9 days and good portraits. She almost smiled. It was brief and professional and it reached her eyes. The Ministry cannot investigate this without the Chief Warlock knowing about the investigation immediately, she said. That's the structural issue you've identified. He chairs review committees, he receives notification of all Class 1 magical law inquiries, then don't make it a Class 1 magical law inquiry, Harry said. Make it a Goblin court matter. Gringotts has its own investigative authority under the 1752 Goblin Banking Accords. It doesn't need Ministry oversight. You can observe and assist without triggering the automatic notification protocols. Bones was quiet for a moment. How do you know about the 1752 Goblin Banking Accords? Ignotia Potter, 3rd floor corridor. She was very thorough. A portrait. She was a very good barrister. Bones looked down at her documentation, then back at Harry, and the slight recalibration he'd seen when she first came through the flue happened again, deeper this time. All right, she said. Tell me about the living heirs in difficult situations. Specifically the ones in abeyance. Harry told her. The cases were, individually and collectively, damning. The 2 minors in abeyance were from families whose adult relatives had been in no position to advocate for them at the time the declarations were made. One was a girl named Cressida Yaxley, aged 9, whose parents were both in Azkaban and whose great-aunt had been managing her care with limited resources and no legal authority to contest a Wisengamot administrative decision. The other was a boy Harry had found deeply interesting, Marcus Flint, 14, whose family had been in the borderline Death Eater orbit and whose lordship had been stripped not through any legal process related to dark arts involvement but through a completely separate administrative maneuver timed to coincide with the family's political difficulties. Someone used the Death Eater investigations as cover, Bones said. Pick off the houses that are already under scrutiny. Nobody questions the paperwork because they're too busy looking at the arrests. That's what Goldtooth thinks, Harry said. The timing is very specific. Bones made a note. She made several notes. Her handwriting was small and decisive, the writing of someone who takes notes in order to act on them, not to remember things. The incapacitated adult heirs, she said. 3 of them. 2 are at St. Mungo's in the long-term ward, Harry said. 1 is at a private magical care facility in Scotland. I haven't been able to get full details on that one yet. The facility is private and the patient records are sealed. Who sealed them? The application for sealing was filed by, Harry checked his notes, a ministry liaison officer in 1979. The authorizing signature on the seal is a committee stamp. The committee was chaired by the same person, Bones said. Yes. She closed her briefcase. She stood, walked to the fire, and stood with her back to it for a moment looking at the wall. The monocle caught the firelight. Harry waited, recognizing the look of someone who is not hesitating but processing, sorting a large amount of information into operational categories. "I need to ask you something directly," she said. "Please. What do you want the outcome to be?" "Not legally, I understand the legal outcome. You want the inheritances restored, the fraud documented, the affected heirs returned to their proper status. That's the legal answer." She looked at him. "But you're the one who started this, at 6 years old, in the middle of the night, after losing both your parents. What do you want?" Harry was quiet for a moment. "I want it fixed," he said. "The system. I want the 19 houses restored. I want the people who were declared incapacitated reviewed by independent doctors. I want the heirs who don't know to know." He paused. "And I want Sirius Black out of Azkaban, because he's in there without a trial and the document shows that the decision to bypass the trial process came from the same source as everything else." Bones' expression sharpened. "Black. You're certain he didn't get a trial?" Gringotts checked the court records. "There are none." Harry watched her face. "He was my parents' friend. My godfather. And he's been in Azkaban for 9 days now without ever having been brought before a Wisengamot panel." The silence that followed was of a very specific quality, the silence of a law enforcement official discovering that a fundamental procedural failure has occurred on her department's watch, before she was in charge of it but absolutely within her jurisdiction now. "That," Bones said carefully, "is a separate matter from the inheritance fraud." "I know. But it comes from the same place." Harry set down his teacup. "Someone needed Sirius Black in Azkaban and out of the way. He was my father's best friend and my godfather. If he was free and investigating what happened to my parents, he might have found things someone didn't want found." Bones looked at him for a very long time. Then she said, "I'm going to need to pull the arrest record." "I already requested it," Harry said. "Through official channels, as a concerned family member with legitimate standing. I sent the request 5 days ago. I haven't received a response." Something moved in Bones' expression. Something controlled and cold and very professional, the look of someone whose department has just been implicated in a failure of basic legal process. "Who did you send the request to?" Harry checked his notes and read her the name. Bones wrote it down. "I'll have the record on my desk by tomorrow morning," she said. "Thank you." She moved toward the flue. At the mantel, she turned back. "One more thing. Dumbledore. He'll know about this investigation. Maybe not everything, but the broad shape of it. He'll have received the Gringotts notification, and he's not a slow man." "I know," Harry said. "He's going to move. Carefully, but he'll move. He has resources, relationships, and 50 years of political capital. He'll try to get ahead of it." "I know that too." "And?" Bones asked. Because there was clearly something in Harry's expression that followed the "and." "And I have the original document, the full audit record, and Gringotts' institutional support," Harry said. "He has influence over systems. I have a document that magic itself generated to prove those systems are broken." He picked up the scroll from the table beside him. "I think those are roughly equivalent tools. And I started earlier." Bones considered this for a moment. "Then, I'll be in touch, Lord Potter." She stepped through the flue. Harry finished his tea. On the 17th day, 3 things happened. The first was that Augusta Longbottom arrived. She came the way Harry had expected, without warning, through the estate's formal flue connection, because she was the kind of woman who did not wait for appointments when she believed something needed addressing. She was tall, formidable, wearing a hat with a stuffed vulture on it that Harry declined to comment on, and she held Harry's letter in one hand with the grip of someone who has read it 7 times. Harry met her in the receiving room. He had been warned by Mipsy, who had a house elf's instinctive awareness of incoming people the way other creatures have an awareness of weather. "Lord Potter," Augusta said. She looked at him with eyes that were doing the same rapid assessment Bones had done, but with a different quality, not professional recalibration but maternal, almost fierce evaluation, the look of a woman who has been responsible for a small child for 9 days and has developed strong instincts about which adults in the world can be trusted. "Lady Longbottom," Harry said. "Please sit down." "I'll stand, thank you." She held up the letter. "You wrote this yourself?" "Yes. It says that my grandson's secondary lordship was fraudulently removed from the records in 1983 while my son and daughter-in-law were," she stopped. "Restarted. While I was occupied." "Yes," Harry said. "I'm sorry. Both about the lordship and about the circumstances someone used to time the filing." She was quiet for a moment. The stuffed vulture on her hat moved slightly, a charmed effect. Then she said, "I want to see the documentation." "Of course. All of it. Not a summary. The original records." "Goldtooth will show you everything," Harry said. "He's in the dining room. Gringotts has the full audit file. You can take as long as you need." Augusta looked at him. Something shifted in her expression, not softening exactly, more a specific kind of recognition, the look of a person who has been fighting alone for a long time and has just discovered, unexpectedly, that someone else is fighting in the same direction. "My grandson," she said carefully. "How is his situation affected?" "His secondary lordship will be restored once the audit is complete. That's a certainty. Whether it carries Wisengamot representation depends on the specific terms of the original charter. Goldtooth can tell you more, but early indications are yes, it does." Harry paused. He would have 2 votes eventually. Longbottom is the primary title. Griffin's Veil is the secondary. "He's 6 years old," Augusta said. "So am I," Harry said mildly. "The titles are registered now. He won't need to use the votes until he's of age. But he'll have them when he is." Augusta looked at him for a long moment. Then she sat down, which was, Harry suspected, a considerable concession for a woman of her character. "You wrote that letter the way you did," she said, "specifically because you thought a formal Gringotts document would be too much at once," Harry said. "Given what you're already managing." She was quiet. When she spoke again, her voice had a different quality, not softer, but more direct. More real. "You lost your parents 10 days ago," she said. "Yes. And you spent those 10 days doing this." "There was a lot to do," Harry said simply. Augusta looked at him with an expression that was complicated enough that Harry couldn't fully read it, something between admiration and grief, or maybe something that contained both as components of a third feeling that didn't have a clean name. "I have a grandson," she said, "who is very shy and very brave in the specific way that people are who are told they are not brave often enough. His name is Neville. He deserves to know what he is." "Then Gringotts will restore the record," Harry said, "and he'll know." She stopped again. "Tried a different approach. When you are settled. When this process is further along. I think Neville should meet you." Harry thought about a boy who was told often that he wasn't brave. He thought about the portrait of Edmund on the landing, who had been brave in a way that got him killed at 22 and who still managed, somehow, to be good company. "I'd like that," he said. The second thing that happened on day 17 was that the Gringotts team completed the preliminary audit of the Sirius Black situation. Goldtooth brought the summary to Harry at 8 o'clock in the evening, after Augusta Longbottom had left with a briefcase full of documents and a look on her face that suggested several people were about to have a very direct conversation with a woman wearing a vulture hat. The summary was short. It did not need to be long because the facts were stark. Sirius Orion Black had been arrested on November 1, 1981, 2 days ago from Harry's current timeline, though the audit had jumped back to establish the baseline. He had been taken to Azkaban under emergency detention provisions that allowed a maximum 48-hour hold without charge. After 48 hours, under the law, he should either have been charged and brought before the Wizengamot or released. He had not been charged. He had not been brought before the Wizengamot. He had not been released. He had simply continued to be in Azkaban, under emergency provisions that nobody had reviewed, authorized by a single ministry official's signature. The signature was not Dumbledore's. But the official who had signed the extension was a member of the Wizengamot Appointments Committee, the same committee that appeared in 7 other places in Harry's fraud documentation. "It's not direct," Harry said, reading the summary. "No," Goldtooth said. "But the pattern is consistent." Black was James Potter's best friend and the secondary guardian under the Potter will. With Black in Azkaban, guardianship defaulted to Dumbledore, Harry said. As supreme mugwump and the person who filed the emergency guardianship declaration. He set the summary down. Sirius in Azkaban means Sirius can't investigate. Can't raise me. Can't contest the guardianship. Can't access the Potter vaults as co-trustee. He was quiet for a moment. He's been there 10 days without a trial. In Azkaban. He picked up his quill. He wrote to Amelia Bones, "The arrest record isn't the whole picture. Pull the emergency detention authorization extensions. All of them. There should be 3, each one 30 days. They'll cover the period from November 1 to whenever you're reading this. None of them are legal." He sent the letter with Archimedes, who departed with his usual sense of professional gravity. Then he went to the library and sat for a while with a book open in his lap that he didn't read, thinking about what it meant to be in Azkaban for 10 days without having done anything, surrounded by dementors and darkness and the replayed soundtrack of your worst memories, and what that did to a person, and how quickly it needed to stop. The third thing that happened on day 17 was quieter. Harry was sitting in the library at dusk when Fawkes came through the window. He hadn't seen the Phoenix since the first night. Fawkes was not, as Harry was coming to understand, a creature who stayed when there was nothing specific to stay for. He came when something mattered and went elsewhere the rest of the time, which was, Harry thought, probably the only reasonable way to exist if you were genuinely immortal. Fawkes landed on the back of Harry's chair and sang 4 notes, low and particular, a sequence that Harry had no formal musical training to interpret but that settled into his chest like a hand pressed briefly against a door to check if something was on the other side. "You're checking on me," Harry said. Fawkes rearranged a wing feather with complete dignity. "I'm all right," Harry said. The Phoenix looked at him with those deep, knowing eyes. "I'm mostly all right," Harry amended. He looked at the book in his lap. "I didn't know them. My parents. I was a baby. But I've been reading everything. Their letters are in the library, my dad's Quidditch journals, my mum's research notes, and it's like, I keep meeting people I can't actually meet. And there's just," he stopped. Pressed his hands flat on the book. "I know what I'm doing is the right thing. I know this is what needs doing. But I also know they died and nobody just stopped and," he didn't finish the sentence. Fawkes leaned forward and pressed the top of his head, very gently, against Harry's temple. It was warm. It burned slightly, in the specific way that Fawkes' presence always burned, a clean burn, like disinfectant, like light through a wound. Harry sat very still. His jaw worked. He was 6 years old and his parents were dead and the portrait of his grandfather's father was downstairs and Gringotts was doing the audit and Amelia Bones was pulling arrest records and Augusta Longbottom was going through documentation and all of it was necessary and right and important, and still, underneath all of it, there was a thing with no solution. He pressed his forehead briefly against Fawkes' warm head. "Okay," he said, after a while. "Okay." Fawkes pulled back and looked at him with the expression of a creature that has been alive long enough to know that okay is sometimes the bravest possible thing to say. The formal notification to Albus Dumbledore, listing him by full name and all titles, in the specific legal language that Goblin court documents required, arrived at Hogwarts on the morning of day 19. It was not the same as the preliminary notification. The preliminary notification had been informational, a flag that a process had been initiated. This was formal. This was Gringotts Bank and the Goblin Court of Britain jointly notifying Albus Dumbledore that he was named in an active inheritance fraud investigation, that the contract bearing his signature had been submitted as evidence, that all accounts linked to his administrative authority over the named Wizengamot seats were frozen effective immediately, and that he was legally obligated under the 1752 Goblin Banking Accords to present himself for a preliminary interview within 30 days. He had 30 days. Harry knew the letter had been delivered because Goldtooth sent a confirmation rune at noon. He looked at the rune for a moment, then placed it on the desk next to the folder of Dumbledore's unanswered letters. Then he picked up his quill and wrote the 19 notification letters, one for each house, that Gringotts would send under their official seal. Each one was tailored. Each one was precise. Each one said, in different ways, "You were wronged, here is the evidence, here is what is being done about it, here is how to contact us directly." He wrote for 3 hours. When he finished, his hand ached and the fire had burned low, and Mipsy appeared with a sandwich and the specific expression of a house elf who is not going to ask whether you've eaten since breakfast but is going to stand there until you take the sandwich. Harry took the sandwich. "Mipsy," he said. "Yes, Lord Potter. When I'm older, when I'm actually older, and there are more people here and more things happening, will you stay?" Mipsy's large eyes went very bright. House elves, Harry had come to understand, did not experience sentiment the way humans did, but they experienced something analogous to it that was, if anything, more direct and less complicated. "Mipsy will always stay," she said, with the simple certainty of a statement of natural law. "Lord Potter is Mipsy's. Has always been Mipsy's." Harry smiled. It was the first time, in 19 days, that he'd smiled without it having anything to do with strategy. "Good," he said. "Thank you." He ate the sandwich and went back to work. Outside, somewhere in the autumn darkness of the Highland Valley, Archimedes was already in the air with 19 letters and the cold, quiet satisfaction of a well-made system functioning exactly as it should. Tomorrow, the audit would push into its 3rd week. Tomorrow, Amelia Bones would pull the emergency detention extensions and find what Harry had told her she'd find. Tomorrow, 19 families across Wizarding Britain would receive letters that began the slow, strange process of having something restored to them that they had not known was missing. Tonight, the fire crackled, the portraits on the walls conversed in low tones about the family's history, and a 6-year-old boy with cracked glasses and his father's cheekbones and his mother's ferocious intelligence sat in the library of his ancestral home and read about the laws that were going to change everything. And in Azkaban, in a cell that looked out on a grey and lightless sea, Sirius Black sat in the dark and did not know that somewhere in Scotland, someone was working on a way to get him out. He would know soon. Chapter 3, The Trial of Sirius Black. The Wizengamot chamber smelled like old wood and older politics. Harry had read about it. He had asked Henry Potter's portrait to describe it, had found 2 separate accounts of it in his father's letters, had reviewed the architectural diagrams in a ministry public record document that Bones had sent over as part of the pre-trial preparation materials. None of that had quite prepared him for the actual thing, the circular arrangement of tiered benches rising 3 stories above the floor, the cold stone of the walls hung with tapestries depicting Wizarding Britain's most flattering interpretation of its own history, the lighting that managed to be simultaneously too bright at the center and too dark at the edges. He had also not fully anticipated the sound. The chamber was full when Harry walked in, and the sound it produced was a specific kind of noise, a couple hundred people who had been talking and had stopped all at once, leaving a silence that was louder than the talking had been. Harry walked down the central aisle toward the visitor's seat, not the defendant's chair with its chains, which sat empty at the floor's center, not the gallery benches where members of the public clustered, but the witness and petitioner's seat on the left-hand side, at floor level, facing the tiered benches directly. He was 7 years old. He had turned 7 in July. He was wearing formal robes in Potter black and gold that Mipsy had made, genuinely made, from fabric ordered through Gringotts, and he carried the Potter family crest on a signet ring that was slightly too large for his right hand but had been adjusted with a temporary sizing charm. The cracked glasses had been replaced 3 months ago, at his first optician appointment, with ones that actually fit. He looked, to the assembled Wizengamot, approximately like a very small, very composed chess piece that had appeared on the board without anyone fully understanding how it got there. He sat down and looked up at the benches. Several dozen wizards and witches looked back down at him. The faces ranged from curious to cautious to, in a few cases, openly calculating. High in the left-tier benches, a woman in deep purple robes with a monocle caught his eye and gave him a single precise nod. Amelia Bones, who had spent the last 2 months constructing the legal architecture for today with the focused intensity of someone who considers procedural correctness a personal value rather than a professional one. In the center of the highest bench, Albus Dumbledore sat. He looked, Harry thought, like what he was, an enormously powerful and genuinely intelligent man who had spent his life in this room and belonged to it in a way that was both earned and concerning. He wore deep blue robes with silver detail, his half-moon glasses sat on his nose with the easy authority of a face that had been famous for 40 years, and he was looking at Harry with an expression of such careful warmth that Harry understood immediately why it worked on most people. It was real warmth. That was the complicated thing. There was genuine feeling in Albus Dumbledore's expression when he looked at Harry Potter. It was just that genuine feeling, Harry had come to understand, was not sufficient protection against the damage that genuine feeling could do when it was combined with the absolute conviction that you knew best. Harry met his eyes and did not look away. He did not smile. He did not project hostility. He simply looked at the man with the calm attention of someone who is watching a situation rather than being managed by it. Dumbledore held the eye contact for a moment. Something moved in his expression, a fractional recalibration, there and gone. Then he turned to speak to the wizard beside him, and Harry looked away and checked the door. Sirius Black had not come in yet. The chain of events that had brought them all to this room had taken 2 months. Amelia Bones had pulled the emergency detention extensions on day 18 of Harry's audit. She had found precisely what Harry said she'd find, 3 rolling 30-day extensions, each one signed by a ministry official with documented ties to the fraudulent Wizengamot restructuring, none of them having gone through the required review panel. On day 20, she had presented the irregularities to the Wizengamot's Judicial Oversight Subcommittee, which she chaired, and formally requested that the Black detention be reviewed. Dumbledore, as Chief Warlock, had the procedural authority to delay that review by calling a committee scheduling review. He had exercised it. Bones had filed a countermotion, citing the Goblin court investigation as a parallel proceeding that created a time-sensitive obligation. Dumbledore had called another procedural delay. Bones had gone over his head to the ICW observer assigned to British wizarding courts, citing international obligations. Back and forth, twice more, through October and into November. Harry had watched this from the Highland estate and had written 3 letters that Bones had used as foundational arguments, because a 7-year-old Lord Potter formally requesting on record that his godfather receive the trial he was legally entitled to was, as Bones had drily observed, very difficult to schedule around without looking exactly as bad as it actually was. The thing that had finally forced it was the medical review. One of the 3 adults declared magically incapacitated, a witch named Marlene McKinnon Pruitt, who had been in the private Scottish facility since 1979, had been evaluated by the independent medical panel that Goblin law required once the abeyance declaration was suspended. The panel's report had found her competent, cogent, and in entirely full possession of her magical faculties. She had been declared incapacitated based on a medical assessment from a single healer whose credentials, upon review, were real but whose assessment had been, to use Goldtooth's particular word, guided. Marlene McKinnon Pruitt had walked out of the facility on a Tuesday in October, into the custody of her adult daughter, and had immediately given a statement to Amelia Bones that was 12 pages long and covered, among other things, what she had seen the night of October 31, 1981, and what she had tried to report, and why she had ended up in a private magical care facility 3 weeks later. That statement had detonated the remaining procedural delays like a charge under a bridge. The trial date was set. The chamber was full. And Harry was in the petitioner's seat watching the door. Sirius came in between two Azkaban guards. He was thinner than the photographs in the family portraits. Harry had spent time with those photographs, getting a sense of who Sirius Black had been before. The photographs showed a young man with the striking dark looks of the Black family and James Potter's specific brand of reckless charisma, laughing, arm around shoulders, the physical ease of someone for whom life had largely gone according to plan right up until it catastrophically hadn't. 2 years in Azkaban had taken some of that. He was lean in the way that people who have not been eating well are lean, and the lines in his face were deeper than they should have been at 31. His hair needed cutting. His robes were new, they'd been provided by the Azkaban Processing Office, standard ministry issue, and they didn't fit quite right. But he walked with his chin up, and his gray eyes moved across the chamber with a sharp, specific attention that had the quality of a mind that has been in the dark for 2 years and is still, stubbornly, working. He found Harry almost immediately. Harry watched the recognition happen. He had thought carefully about this moment, about what Sirius Black would feel looking across a Wizengamot chamber at the 7-year-old son of his best friend, alive and upright and dressed in Potter robes with the family signet ring on his hand. He had not, he acknowledged to himself, been able to fully prepare for what it would actually look like on Sirius's face. It was not a single expression. It moved through several in the space of 3 seconds, shock, then something cracking open that was grief and relief tangled together, then something that tried very hard to be composed and mostly succeeded except around the eyes. Harry nodded to him. The same nod Bones had given Harry, precise, steady, I see you. Sirius swallowed. Sat down in the defendant's chair. The chains on the armrests didn't bind. It had been noted in the pre-trial motions that the chains were traditionally employed for individuals who had been formally charged, and Sirius had never been formally charged, which was rather the point. Dumbledore called the session to order. This proceeding is called to review the lawful status of the detention of Sirius Orain Black, Dumbledore said, his voice filling the chamber with the practiced ease of a man who has spoken in this room for decades. Under petition from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Review number 4471-B, presided by, I have a preliminary motion, said Amelia Bones. Several heads turned. Dumbledore's expression remained benign. Madam Bones, the procedural order, is superseded by Goblin Court Rule 17, which grants primacy to any statement by a named heir in an active inheritance fraud investigation when that investigation intersects with a subject before the Wizengamot. Bones stood. She had clearly been waiting to stand since she arrived. Lord Potter has registered a formal petitioner's statement. By rule, it must be heard first. Dumbledore was quiet for 1 beat. Lord Potter is 7 years old. Lord Potter's age is not a criterion for the application of Rule 17, Bones said. As the Chief Warlock is well aware. Another beat. The chamber was very quiet. People were watching the top bench with the attention of an audience that has just realized the opening act is more interesting than expected. Very well, Dumbledore said. Lord Potter. Harry stood up. The chamber did the thing where it went quiet in a specific way, 200 people finding out simultaneously that they are holding their breath. Harry walked to the central floor, which put him equidistant from the defendant's chair and the tiered benches, and looked up at the assembled Wizengamot. He had written this statement over 3 weeks. He had written 7 versions of it. The final version was 1 page, handwritten, and he had memorized it, so the parchment he held was more structural support than reference material. "Members of the Wizengamot," he said. His voice was steady and clear. He had practiced the projection. "My name is Harry James Potter. I am the Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, confirmed by Gringotts Bank under Goblin inheritance law. Sirius Orion Black is my godfather, named in my parents' will as my primary guardian. I am here today because he has been in Azkaban for 2 years without a trial, and I would like to explain why I believe the chamber should find that legally significant." He paused. Not for effect. Simply because what came next needed its own space. Under the Wizarding Trials Act of 1754, any person detained under emergency provisions for more than 48 hours without formal charge must be brought before this body for a detention review. That review is not optional and it is not at the discretion of any individual, regardless of title or position. It is a fundamental protection written into the founding documents of this court. He looked across the benches. Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 734 days. The mandatory review was not conducted. The emergency detention extensions that kept him there were signed by ministry officials whose documented connection to an active inheritance fraud investigation raises serious questions about their independence. I am asking this chamber to do what it was legally obligated to do 732 days ago, which is to give Sirius Black a hearing. He looked directly at the top bench. At Dumbledore. I am also asking this chamber to note for the record that the mechanism by which my godfather was kept out of that hearing, the same mechanism by which I was placed with guardians of someone else's choosing, the same mechanism by which my parents' will was not fully enacted, connects back to the contract currently under review in the Goblin Court. I am not asking this body to rule on that today. I am asking this body to be aware that it exists, and to consider what it means that the procedural delays in this case were initiated from the same position that appears in that contract. He didn't shout it. He didn't need to. The chamber was doing a new kind of silence, a working silence, the sound of 200 people rapidly recalibrating the political landscape they'd thought they understood. "Thank you," Harry said, and went back to his seat. He sat down. He looked at Sirius, who was staring at him with an expression that had moved past everything else and landed on something that was simply, directly, human, the face of a man who has been alone in the dark for 2 years and has just heard someone say his name like it mattered. Harry looked back at him steadily. "I've got you." The hearing lasted 4 hours. Bones presented the procedural case with the precise, relentless efficiency that Harry had come to recognize as her particular genius. She did not argue dramatically, she did not make speeches, she built structures. Fact on fact on fact until the structure was so solid that trying to knock it down required engaging with every individual component, and every individual component was legally airtight. The emergency detention authorization, improper. The review that should have happened, not conducted. The officials who had signed the extensions, documented in a parallel legal proceeding. The length of detention, 734 days during which no evidence of guilt had been formally presented, because formal presentation of evidence required formal charges, and Sirius Black had never been formally charged. 2 Wizengamot members tried to argue that Black's guilt was self-evident based on the circumstances of the original arrest, witnesses placing him at the scene of a confrontation with Peter Pettigrew, 12 Muggles dead, Pettigrew dead or presumed dead. Bones had prepared for this. "The circumstances of the arrest are not before this chamber today," she said crisply. "The legality of the detention is. If the chamber believes there is sufficient evidence for formal charges, the appropriate action is to formally charge Sirius Black today and schedule a proper trial. The inappropriate action, the action that has already occurred and been allowed to stand, is to hold a wizard in Azkaban indefinitely without either charging him or releasing him, because that is not a legal gray area. That is a fundamental violation of the right to trial that this body is supposed to protect." "And if we do charge him?" asked one of the older Wizengamot members, a stout wizard named Tiberius Ogden who Harry had flagged as generally fair-minded in his research. "Then he gets a trial," Bones said. With evidence and a defense and a verdict reached through the process this court exists to provide. Which is all anyone is asking for. Another member, a witch named Umbridge, Educational Oversight Committee, flagged in Harry's notes as problematic in approximately 6 specific ways, said, the delay in formal proceedings was surely not intentional. Administrative oversights occur, 734 days is not an administrative oversight, Harry said from the petitioner's seat. He had not been recognized to speak again. Technically he should have requested the floor. But the response had come out with the flat certainty of someone correcting a simple factual error, and in the silence that followed, nobody called him on the procedure because the procedural point he was making was obviously correct, and calling a 7-year-old on parliamentary procedure while discussing 734 days of wrongful imprisonment would have required a particular kind of moral courage that Dolores Umbridge did not possess. She sat back. Dumbledore said nothing during the formal arguments. He conducted the proceeding with the skilled neutrality of an experienced jurist who knows when to let a case develop and when to intervene. Harry watched him throughout, because Dumbledore's choices about when to intervene were the map of what he considered threatening. He had not tried to stop the procedural motion. He had not challenged Bones' structural arguments. He had listened to Harry's statement with an expression of thoughtful attention that, Harry noted, had the quality of a man deciding what to do next rather than a man who had already decided. The vote, when it finally came, was not close. 143 to 57 in favor of declaring the detention improperly conducted and ordering Sirius Black's immediate release pending formal review of the circumstances of his arrest. The 57 against were interesting to Harry. He would spend time later mapping those votes against other records, but not surprising. 2 years of irregular detention had given certain people a stake in the legitimacy of the original decision. When the vote was announced, the sound in the chamber was complicated, part approval, part discomfort, part the specific unease of an institution that has just been forced to acknowledge something it had been successfully not acknowledging. Sirius Black sat in the defendant's chair and looked at his hands for a moment. His jaw was tight. When he looked up, it was straight at Harry. Harry was already looking at him. "We're not done," Harry said. Not loudly, just to Sirius, across the floor, while the chamber buzzed around them. "Pettigrew. We need to find him. But first," he nodded toward the guards who were preparing, somewhat uncertainly, to process Sirius's release paperwork. "Get out of that chair first." Sirius looked at him for another second. Then he laughed, a short, rough sound, not quite a laugh yet, more like the first attempt at one after 2 years of not having any reason to, and stood up. They gave Sirius a private room in the ministry's witness suite while the release paperwork was processed, which took 3 hours because nobody had processed a release from this particular category of detention in a very long time and the relevant forms had apparently been reorganized. Harry waited with him. Bones joined them after the first hour, bringing tea and a summary of next steps. She sat in the corner with a report and gave them space while Harry sat across from Sirius at the small table and Sirius tried to get his bearings. "You look like James," Sirius said, at some point. He was on his second cup of tea and the shaking in his hands had mostly stopped. "I know," Harry said. "Everyone says that. The eyes though. That's Lily." "Yes." Sirius looked at the tea in his hands. Your mum was the cleverest person I ever knew. And James was he stopped. They were my people. And I was supposed to," he set the tea down. "I was the secret keeper. Everyone thinks Pettigrew was secret keeper because that's what the official record says because someone made the official record say that, but I was supposed to be the secret keeper and James switched it at the last minute without telling me and then, I know," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "Gringotts reconstructed the timeline," Harry said. "The secret keeper documentation, the Fidelius records, the original paperwork filed when the charm was cast. Pettigrew's name was substituted into the record after the fact. The original document is in the Gringotts vault now." He paused. "Peter Pettigrew is not dead. The evidence suggests he cut off his own finger, transformed into a rat, and ran. Sirius stared at him. The evidence also suggests he's been operating in rat form since November 1981, Harry said. Probably with someone's family, somewhere that a pet rat wouldn't attract attention. Sirius's expression had been doing various things during this recitation, and had settled on something focused and cold and very specific. If I find him, we need him alive, Harry said. Because you were convicted in the court of public opinion based on those 12 Muggle deaths being attributed to you. If Pettigrew is alive and it was his explosion, then the case against you collapses completely. But only if he's alive and can be taken into custody properly. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You're 7 years old. You've mentioned that, Harry said. It keeps being relevant. I was 6 when I started, Harry said. It stops being strange after a while. He looked at Sirius steadily. I need to know if you're all right. Not legally. Actually. Sirius looked at him. The focused coldness shifted into something more complicated. I don't, he rubbed one hand over his face. I kept thinking about James. About Lily. About the fact that I got a motorcycle that morning. A stupid motorcycle. I went to get a motorcycle, and by the time I got back he stopped. His hands were flat on the table. 2 years in Azkaban, all you do is replay the things you change. I've replayed that morning approximately, his voice roughened, I couldn't tell you how many times. Harry let that sit for a moment. You couldn't have changed it, he said. Pettigrew was feeding information to Voldemort for a year before that night. The switch to Pettigrew as secret keeper, James thought he was being clever. Thought nobody would suspect the less obvious choice. He said it carefully, not unkindly. It wasn't your failure. It was a plan that Pettigrew had been working longer than anyone knew. Sirius looked at his hands. I know that, he said. Knowing it he didn't finish. I know, Harry said simply. Another pause. Sirius looked at him with an expression that had the quality of someone taking in a landscape they hadn't expected to find. You came to this chamber today in full Potter regalia and told the Wizengamot that the detention mechanism had ties to an inheritance fraud investigation. Yes. In those exact words. More or less. You're 7. Sirius. Right. Sorry. Sirius picked up his tea again. The shaking was almost entirely gone now. You said we're not done. Not even close, Harry said. The fraud case is still active. Pettigrew needs finding. The contract Dumbledore signed needs to go to the ICW. There are still 2 heirs in St. Mungo's who need independent medical review, and one of them is Neville Longbottom's parents, which means they might actually be okay when properly evaluated, and that matters a lot to a 6-year-old in Augusta Longbottom's spare room who thinks his parents can't recognize him. He paused. And Voldemort isn't gone. He's diminished and displaced, but the Horcrux situation, Sirius went still. How do you know about the portraits? Harry said. My great-great-uncle Edmund had some experience with magical soul-splitting attempts in the Grindelwald War. He was very informative. Harry looked at him. I'm not saying we address it today. But it needs to be on the list. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. James used to do this, he said. Get this look when he'd worked something out. Like he was very politely waiting for the universe to catch up with him. What did Lily do when he got that look? Harry asked. Sirius's mouth curved. It was the first real smile Harry had seen from him. Usually told him to stop showing off and explain the plan. Stop showing off, Harry said, and smiled back. The plan is, you get a house, you rest for 3 weeks minimum, you let Gringotts get you proper legal representation for the upcoming formal hearing into your conviction status, and then you help me find Peter Pettigrew. He extended his right hand, the one with the signet ring that was still slightly too big. Deal? Sirius looked at the hand. Then he shook it, carefully, like something that could break but hadn't. "Deal," he said. "Though I should note, the last Potter to shake my hand this formally was James at his wedding, and he immediately told me the open bar was already running." "I'm 7, Harry said. "You'll have to wait on the open bar." Sirius laughed. This time it was a real one. The open bar was not running, but Mipsy produced a dinner that was, in the way of house elf cooking, an act of care made edible. Harry brought Sirius back to the Highland estate that evening, through the flow from the ministry, and Sirius stepped into the entrance hall and stood very still for a moment. The portraits reacted immediately. Not Henry or Edmund or Ignotia, the family portraits. A young woman in a frame near the stairs, James Potter's cousin Doria, said Sirius in a very particular way, and the sound went through Sirius like a stone dropped into deep water. "Hello, Doria," Sirius said, to the portrait. His voice was not entirely steady. "You look terrible," Doria said, which was clearly affectionate, because she was smiling. "I feel terrible," Sirius said. "Getting better." Harry let the portraits have a few minutes with Sirius, who moved through the entrance hall slowly, looking at each face, saying names. Harry went to the kitchen to tell Mipsy they'd need a guest room prepared and to not make the bed with the bedspread that Tock had inexplicably selected in a shade of orange that suggested serious aesthetic differences between Harry and his house elves. When he came back, Sirius was standing in the middle of the hall with his hands in his pockets, looking up at a portrait of James Potter, not James as Harry had seen him in moving photographs, young and laughing, but older, painted maybe 5 years before his death, standing in these same rooms with the relaxed confidence of a man in the place he belonged. Sirius wasn't saying anything. He was just looking. Harry came and stood beside him. They stood there together for a while, the 7-year-old lord and the wrongfully imprisoned man, looking up at the portrait of the person they'd both lost, and the house was quiet around them except for the fire and the soft sounds of a Highland autumn outside. "He'd have thought all of this was brilliant," Sirius said eventually. "The Gringotts audit, the Wisengamot petition, the whole thing. He'd have been absolutely insufferable about it." "I know," Harry said. He had read enough of his father's letters to have a very good working model of James Potter's personality. He'd have wanted to be in the chamber. "Front row," Sirius agreed. "Heckling. While my mum told him to stop heckling. While your mum told him to stop heckling and did it better herself." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "She was incredible. She really was." Harry nodded. He looked at his father's portrait for another moment. "I never knew them," he said. "Except through other people and letters and portraits. But I think," he paused, finding the words carefully. "I think they'd be glad it's being done. Even if they'd worry about me doing it." "Your mum would be doing it herself," Sirius said. "Just better organized and with more sleep." Harry almost laughed. "Come on," he said. Mipsy's made dinner. 3 weeks later, Peter Pettigrew was found. It was not Harry who found him, and it was not Sirius, though Sirius had spent those 3 weeks visibly rebuilding himself, eating regular meals, sleeping, talking to the portraits, writing letters to old friends who had not heard from him in 2 years, and developing a working relationship with Mipsy that was primarily constituted of Mipsy feeding him things and Sirius regarding her with the reverent appreciation of someone who had not had good food recently. It was Amelia Bones who found him. Or rather, it was one of Bones' Aurors, a sharp young woman named Tonks whose talent for finding things that didn't want to be found was already notable in the department. Acting on the Gringotts timeline reconstruction that identified Peter Pettigrew as probably living as a rat in a wizarding or muggle family's possession, Tonks had spent 3 weeks checking reports of unusual or long-lived pet rats in households with any connection to the Death Eater trials. She found him at the home of a family named Weasley. He was on the youngest boy's shoulder in the photograph in the case file, a slightly mangy rat with a missing toe, and when Tonks cross-referenced against the finger Pettigrew had cut off, preserved in evidence since 1981, the Goblin forensic analysis confirmed it in 4 hours. Bones arrested him on a Tuesday. It was not easy. Pettigrew transformed and ran, and there was a chase through a Weasley garden that was later described by the youngest Weasley, who was 6 and had just lost his pet rat, which was disorienting, as the most exciting Tuesday we've had in ages. Tonks caught him in the lane outside, which she accomplished by the simple method of being faster than a rat and having the foresight to bring a magical containment cage. The case file landed on Harry's desk at the Highland estate on a Wednesday morning, delivered by a ministry owl with urgent marked on the outside. Harry read it twice, then sat still for a moment with his hands flat on the desk. Then he went to find Sirius. Sirius was in the library, which had become his territory. He'd been systematically working through the Potter collection, apparently finding the project of reading things both calming and interesting, and he'd taken to leaving notes in the margins of things that he disagreed with, a habit that Crew the house elf found alarming and Harry found rather endearing. Harry put the file on the table in front of him and stepped back. He watched Sirius read it. Watched the stillness that moved through him when he got to Tonks' description of the arrest, the specific freeze of someone reading a sentence they have needed to exist for 2 years. Sirius set the file down when he finished. He didn't say anything for a moment. "He's alive," Sirius said. "In ministry custody," Harry confirmed. "Bones has him. She's going to need a statement from you for the formal hearing." He was at the Weasleys. Sirius's voice had the flat quality of controlled anger. All this time, he was living as a pet rat in a family with 5 children who couldn't have known, Harry said. "None of that is on you." Sirius stood up abruptly and walked to the window and stood with his back to the room. His hands were braced on the window frame. Outside, the valley was grey and November cold, the kind of day that is beautiful only if you are warm enough to appreciate it from inside. Harry waited. "I want to be in the room when they question him," Sirius said, without turning around. "Bones won't allow that," Harry said. "Conflict of interest. But I can ask her to ensure you receive the full transcript of the interview on the same day it's completed." "And the formal hearing?" "You'll be a witness. Central witness." Harry picked the file back up. "The formal hearing on your conviction status will run concurrently with the Pettigrew evidence review. It's not going to be fast, these things are never fast, but the structure is solid. Bones has built it well." Sirius was quiet for a moment more. Then he turned from the window and looked at Harry with an expression that was complicated in the specific way that 2 years of Azkaban and 1 month of not Azkaban and the knowledge that the person responsible for his best friend's deaths had been living as a pet rat produce. "What do you need from me?" he asked. "For the rest of it." "The fraud case. The ICW filing. All of it." Harry looked at him. "I need you to be my godfather," he said. "That's all. I've had good allies, Bones is extraordinary, Gringotts has been essential, the portraits taught me almost everything I know. But an ally who's also family," he didn't finish, because he'd gotten to the edge of something he didn't have the vocabulary for quite yet, something that had been missing in a shape of missing thing way since the night Fawkes had found him in the ruins. Sirius crossed the room in 4 steps and kneeled down so that he was at Harry's eye level, the way adults do when they want to be taken seriously rather than talked down to. His grey eyes were direct and clear. "I'm here," he said. "I'm not going anywhere. Whatever comes next, I'm here." Harry nodded. He pressed his lips together for a moment. Then, "Good. Good," Sirius agreed. "Mipsy made biscuits," Harry said, because the emotional weight of the moment had reached its natural limit and needed somewhere to go. "She is a genius," Sirius said, standing. "Don't tell her that. She'll make 4 times as many." "Would that be a problem?" Harry considered this seriously. "No," he admitted. They went to the kitchen, and outside the window the November valley was cold and grey and large, and somewhere across the country a man named Peter Pettigrew was in a ministry holding cell discovering that 2 years of hiding as a rat had not, in the end, been sufficient, And somewhere in a private office in Hogwarts a very old man was looking at a series of reports and doing the slow and difficult work of accepting that a situation he had believed entirely under his control had, piece by piece and day by day, slipped entirely out of it. And in the library of Potter House, an open case file sat on the table next to a book with Sirius Black's handwriting in the margins, and the fire burned steadily, and the valley outside was cold, and nothing was as it had been 6 weeks ago, and nothing would be as it was now 6 weeks from now either, because this was how things changed, not in single enormous moments but in a long chain of specific, irreversible small ones. Harry had started the chain. It was moving now under its own weight. Chapter 4, Hogwarts. Before Hogwarts, the tutors arrived in January. Harry had spent December putting together a list, which was itself an education, finding competent magical tutors who were not connected to Dumbledore's network, who did not have ties to any of the 19 houses in the fraud case, and who were willing to work with a 7-year-old lord in a Highland estate on a curriculum that was not the standard Hogwarts preparatory track, turned out to require the same quality of careful research as everything else he'd been doing. He'd written to Bathsheba Babbling at the Academy of Magical Arts, to Griselda Marchbanks at the Examinations Authority, and to Madame Pomfrey at Hogwarts, not for herself but for referrals, because Pomfrey had the instincts of someone who had spent 30 years watching what happened to children whose early magical education was inadequate and had very strong opinions about it. The referrals produced 4 names. Professor Sarai Okafor, formerly of the West African College of Sorcerers, for foundational magical theory and wand work. She was 42, direct, and had a way of teaching that assumed you were capable of the work and simply got on with it, which Harry appreciated immediately. Master Ilya Volkov, retired from the Eastern European Magical Institute, for magical history and legal frameworks. He was 70, slightly deaf in one ear, and possessed an institutional memory for wizarding political history that made Henry Potter's portrait look like a pamphlet. Healer Emeritus Constance Webb for magical biology, mind magic foundations, and basic healing. She was 58, had white hair and excellent posture, and had been furious about the fraudulent incapacitation declarations in a very specific professional way that Harry found reassuring. And for pure magical practicals, wandless techniques, magical theory applied to real problems, the kind of work that standard Hogwarts education considered advanced 6th-year material, a young woman named Rowan Shafiq, 26, who had 3 mastery-level qualifications and a reputation for expecting her students to keep up. Sirius sat in on the first week of lessons with the barely contained energy of a man who has spent 2 years in a cell and is finding the return of normal life slightly overwhelming in its density. By day 3 he was contributing to the magical history sessions in ways that Master Volkov found either irritating or stimulating, depending on the day, and by day 5 he had started doing his own reading alongside Harry in the evenings in a way that suggested his engagement with the Potter Library had moved from therapeutic to genuinely interested. "You should take the exams," Harry said one evening, without looking up from his transfiguration theory. "I have my newts," Sirius said. "You have your newts from 1979. Master Volkov says the framework changed in 1984. If you want to practice law at any level, even just understanding it well enough to be useful in the fraud case, you should take the updated certification." Harry turned a page. "Marchbanks will set up a private sitting." "I already asked." Sirius looked at him over his own book. "You already asked?" "Last week." She said yes. "The sitting's in March." Harry glanced up. "You don't have to. I'm not managing your schedule." "You absolutely are," Sirius said, but he was almost smiling. "What subject?" "Magical law and governance. Maybe transfiguration as well, since you've been reading the texts anyway." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "When James and I were at Hogwarts," he said, "Remus used to make revision schedules. Extremely detailed ones, color-coded. James and I would immediately lose ours. Peter would follow his exactly." He stopped. "You remind me of Remus." "Is that good?" "Remus was the best of us," Sirius said simply. In most of the ways that actually count. Harry thought about Remus Lupin, who was in the file under people whose situation needs addressing, a werewolf, chronically unemployed due to prejudice, currently living in a way that the Gringotts trace on his situation described as financially precarious. "We should find him," Harry said. "He won't want to be found," Sirius said. After James and Lily died, after I was arrested, he believed I did it. For a while. The old pain moved through his voice and settled. "He'll come. When the case is further along and the story's clearer. He'll come." Harry nodded and went back to his reading. February brought 3 things that changed the shape of the year. The first was Neville Longbottom. Augusta had been in contact since November, regular owls that were formal in their way but warming in their frequency. She had brought Neville to visit once in December, briefly, a courtesy call that had lasted 40 minutes and consisted mainly of Harry and Neville sitting in the library with books between them like a mutual buffer while Augusta and Sirius, who were discovering a shared frequency of no-nonsense directness, had a vigorous argument about Wizengamot reform in the next room. The February visit was different because Augusta left them alone. Neville was round-faced and earnest and moved through the world with the careful quality of a child who has been told often enough that he might not be magical that he holds his own abilities at a slight distance, like something that might disappear if examined too closely. He was also, Harry had noticed in December, observant in a specific way. He watched things with a quiet attention that missed very little, he just didn't volunteer what he'd noticed unless directly asked. Harry took him to the greenhouse. The Potter estate had a greenhouse that Mipsy maintained because it had always been maintained, but nobody had actually worked in it for years. It was full of magical plants in various states of managed wildness, including a particularly opinionated devil's snare that had claimed the back corner and a row of mandrakes that communicated their displeasure with the February cold through the glass in a low, continuous, mildly unsettling moan. Neville walked into the greenhouse and became a different person. It was not dramatic. He just relaxed. His shoulders dropped, his face opened up, and he went immediately to the nearest plant bed with the focused hunger of someone who has found the thing that makes them make sense. He knew the Latin names of 6 plants before Harry had said anything, touching leaves and stems with careful hands. "How do you know all this?" Harry asked. "Gran has a garden," Neville said. He was crouched down looking at a cluster of puffapods. "I spend a lot of time in it." He glanced up with a brief self-consciousness. "Gran says it's not a very impressive magical skill." "Gran is wrong," Harry said. Neville blinked. "Magical botany is one of the most technically complex disciplines there is," Harry said. He had, in fact, been reading about it in the library, because the estate's greenhouse had caught his attention and Okafor had suggested it as a strong supplementary focus. Half of advanced potion-making depends on understanding plant biology at a molecular magical level. The other half of serious ward construction, the old kind, the kind that lasts centuries, uses plant-based anchors because they're living magic, not static. It's not impressive. People just don't teach it properly. Neville was looking at him with an expression between uncertainty and something that wanted very much to be hopeful. "You really think so?" "I don't say things I don't mean," Harry said. He crouched down next to him and looked at the puffapods. "Tell me what those need." Neville told him. In detail, with specifics, for approximately 12 minutes, in the tone of someone who has been waiting to say these things to someone who would actually listen. Harry listened completely, asked 3 questions, and by the end of the 12 minutes Neville had stopped checking himself and was simply talking, hands moving to demonstrate things, sentences running into each other with the comfortable velocity of genuine knowledge finding a genuine audience. "You should come more often," Harry said, when Neville finally wound down. "Okafor would teach you here. Gringotts has already restored your Griffin's Vale lordship, you're entitled to tutoring from the estate funds if you want it." Neville went still. The self-consciousness came back, but different this time, not the smallness of someone who expects to be dismissed, but the careful stillness of someone deciding whether to trust something good. Gran says you're the one who sent the letter. About the lordship. I did. She says. Neville stopped and started again. She cried. When she read it. Gran doesn't cry. She says she didn't cry, but I saw her. She was in the kitchen and she thought I was upstairs, and she was. He pressed his lips together. She says you wrote it so it wouldn't be scary. I tried to, Harry said. Neville looked at the plants for a moment. When he looked up, his face had done something that was, in its way, as significant as anything Harry had seen in the Wizengamot chamber. The distance he kept from his own abilities was not gone, that would take longer, but there was a crack in it, a small opening. My mum and dad are in St. Mungo's, he said. The healers say they don't really know me. There's an independent medical review happening, Harry said quietly. Healer Webb is overseeing it. She's very good, Neville. I don't know what the outcome will be. I want to be honest with you about that. But it will be a real review by people who are looking properly, not a rubber stamp on someone else's decision. Neville absorbed this. Okay, he said, in a very small voice that was trying to be a regular-sized voice. Okay. They spent the rest of the afternoon in the greenhouse. By the time Augusta came to collect Neville at 5 o'clock, he and Harry had repotted 3 plants, argued agreeably about the best growing medium for Flitterbloom, and developed the beginning of something that was not quite a friendship yet but had the clear structural foundations of one. Augusta looked at her grandson's face and then looked at Harry with an expression that Harry was not yet old enough to fully read but which contained several layers of something that resolved, at the surface level, into simple gratitude. Same time next week, she said. Same time next week, Harry agreed. The second thing February brought was Hermione Granger. This was less planned. Healer Webb had been conducting Neville's mother's independent medical review at St. Mungo's, and had mentioned Harry's tutoring arrangements to a healer colleague in the Muggle liaison office, who had mentioned it to a Muggle-born outreach volunteer, who had mentioned it, apparently with enthusiasm, to a Muggle woman named Jean Granger, whose 9-year-old daughter had been showing signs of accidental magic for 3 years and who had been referred to the outreach office for preliminary guidance. Jean Granger showed up at the Potter estate on a February Saturday with her daughter and her husband, all 3 of them visibly trying to manage the combined strangeness of magic being real, the wizarding world being real, and having been directed to visit a 7-year-old lord in a Highland castle. Harry met them in the receiving room. He had dressed in normal clothes on purpose, partly because formal robes seemed unnecessary and partly because the Grangers were Muggles and he thought making the first encounter as straightforward as possible was probably the right instinct. He offered tea, which Mipsy produced with tremendous personal investment, and explained, simply and directly, who he was and why their daughter had likely been experiencing magical phenomena. Dan Granger, a dentist, Harry gathered, with the specific no-nonsense practicality of someone whose professional life involves persuading people to do things they find unpleasant because it's good for them, asked questions. Good questions, direct and specific, about what Hermione's abilities meant and what the options were and how the wizarding education system worked. Harry answered all of them honestly, including the parts that were complicated, including the parts about the current political situation and why the standard institutional pathway had certain structural issues he'd been addressing. He spoke to the Grangers the way Bones had spoken to him in their first meeting, as adults capable of receiving accurate information and making their own decisions. Jean Granger listened to all of this with her hands around her teacup and her eyes moving between Harry and her daughter, who had been sitting in the chair opposite Harry since they arrived and had been doing something Harry recognized because he did it himself, reading the room with comprehensive attention, cataloging, processing. "You're 7, Hermione Granger said. It was the first thing she'd said since they sat down. Yes, Harry said. But you're managing all of this? The legal case and the tutors and everything? With a lot of help, Harry said. Gringotts, Madam Bones, the tutors, serious. I'm not doing it alone. Hermione considered this. But you started it. Yes. At 6. At 6. She looked at him with an expression that Harry realized, after a moment, was the specific look of someone discovering that a previously theoretical upper limit has been moved. "How?" she asked. "Fawkes burned the blocks off my magic," Harry said. "And gave me a document. And then I went to Gringotts." He said it simply, because it was what had happened. After that it was mostly reading. "I read a lot," Hermione said. "I noticed," Harry said, nodding at the book she had in her lap, which she had apparently not considered putting away during a social call. "What is it?" She held it up. It was a library book, a Muggle one, a history of medieval mathematics, which was, Harry thought, a specific choice for a 9-year-old. "I like systems," she said, with the slight defensiveness of someone who has explained this before and had it not go well. "Systems are how things get done," Harry said. "What do you think of the chapter on Arabic numerals replacing Roman ones? Because the argument it makes about why systematic change takes so long is, I've been thinking about it in the context of wizarding legal reform." Hermione Granger stared at him for exactly 3 seconds. Then she opened the book to the chapter in question and said, "The argument is correct but incomplete, because it doesn't account for the vested interests of the people who'd built expertise in the old system." They talked for 40 minutes. Dan and Jean Granger finished their tea and then a second cup and watched their daughter talk to the 7-year-old lord with the expressions of parents witnessing something they have been waiting, without knowing it, to see, their intensely clever, voraciously reading, slightly isolated child finding someone who simply matched her speed without making her feel she needed to slow down. Harry had been aware, in the back of his mind, that the tutoring situation at the estate was good for his education but had a certain structural loneliness to it. Okafor and Volkov and Webb and Shafiq were excellent teachers, but teachers were not the same as peers, and Neville was beginning to be a friend but was still cautious in the way of someone who hadn't had many. Hermione Granger was not cautious. She was forthright and slightly bossy in the way of very clever people who have not yet fully learned to calibrate, and she had, Harry noticed, an honesty about her own knowledge gaps that was completely undefended. She would say "I don't know that" with the same directness she said everything else, treating ignorance as simply an area for correction rather than a personal failing. He liked her enormously, which surprised him slightly with its immediacy. "Can she come here?" Harry asked the Grangers, while Hermione was examining his bookshelf with the reverent attention of someone who has found an archive. "4 lessons. Okafor has room in the schedule and I think, she'd be better than me at some of this, frankly. She should have access to it." Jean Granger looked at her daughter's back, then at Harry. "Are you asking because you think it would be good for her education or because you want someone to argue with?" she asked. Harry considered this honestly. "Both," he said. Jean smiled. "That's the most honest answer anyone has given me since we walked in here." She looked at her husband. "We'll discuss it." They agreed by owl 3 days later. The third thing February brought arrived without warning on a Friday afternoon, in the form of a Malfoy. Not Lucius. Lucius Malfoy was currently navigating the political fallout of his Death Eater-adjacent activities during Voldemort's rise, a navigation made considerably more fraught by the ongoing fraud investigation and its steady documentation of which Wizengamot members had been voting which way for whose benefit. He was not in Azkaban. He had produced an imperious defense with sufficient resources and sufficient polish to make it stick in court, but he was not comfortable either, which was, Harry thought, probably where he should be. It was Narcissa who arrived. She came through the flue with a boy at her side, 9 years old, platinum-haired, dressed in robes that were clearly expensive and slightly too formal for a Friday afternoon visit that Harry had not been notified about in advance. Narcissa herself was composed in the way that things are composed when they have been very deliberately arranged, every element of her appearance, her posture, her expression, calibrated to project a specific message. The message, Harry read, was, "I am aware of exactly how this looks and I am here anyway because something is more important than how it looks." He received them in the formal receiving room, with Sirius pointedly absent. Harry had sent him upstairs when Mipsy announced the flu, because Sirius and Narcissa in the same room was a variable Harry preferred to introduce when he'd had time to prepare for it. The Black family estrangement had its own architecture and it needed careful navigation. Narcissa sat. Her son sat beside her and looked at Harry with the appraising expression of a child who has been taught to assess before engaging. "Lady Malfoy," Harry said. "Lord Potter." She looked at him with the same direct composure. "I am here without my husband's knowledge. I want to be clear about that." "Noted," Harry said. "Draco is, his current situation is, what I mean is," she stopped. It was, Harry observed, the first thing she'd said that wasn't precisely controlled, and the loss of precision cost her visibly. She reset. "My son has been told since birth that his family's position is secure. That the name Malfoy carries weight in this world. That she paused again. "The investigation your team is running has made certain things very clear about the foundation that position is built on." "Yes," Harry said. "He is 9 years old," Narcissa said. "He did not build that foundation. He had no knowledge of it." Harry looked at Draco, who was watching him back with the careful wariness of someone trying to figure out whether hostility is required. He had, Harry thought, his mother's eyes, the same composure, but younger, less finished, with something underneath it that the composure was covering but hadn't fully managed. "I know," Harry said, to Narcissa. Then to Draco directly, "What did she tell you about why you were coming here?" Draco glanced at his mother. Then at Harry. "She said you were, addressing things. That some things about how we'd been taught to understand the world were, built on problems. And that she wanted me to hear it from someone who was dealing with it directly. Did that make sense to you?" Harry asked. "No," Draco said, honestly. "Not completely. I understand that there's an investigation and that my father is," a slight tightening around his mouth. "I understand the political situation. I don't entirely understand why we're here." Harry respected the directness. "Because your mother is trying to do something difficult," Harry said. "She's trying to separate you from a version of the world that was convenient for the people who built it but isn't actually true, before you've built so much of your identity on it that the separation becomes catastrophic." He looked at Draco. "She's protecting you. It's just not the kind of protection that looks like protection from the outside." Something shifted in Draco's expression. He looked at his mother, briefly, with something unguarded, and then the composure came back. But the shift had been real. "I don't need charity," he said. Back to wariness. "I'm not offering charity," Harry said. "I'm going to offer you the same thing I'm offering Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger, who are both also coming here for tutoring. Which is access to an education that is not filtered through the system that the fraud investigation is dismantling." He looked at Draco steadily. "The world is changing. The version of it your father built a position in is going to look different in 2 years. You can learn to navigate the new version, or you can be the person who understood the old version very well and finds out too late that it's gone." Draco was quiet. "I'm not asking you to decide today," Harry said. "Or to decide at all. Your mother brought you here so you could see that there's an alternative. Whether you want it is your choice." Narcissa, who had been watching this exchange with the contained focus of someone watching a surgical procedure they have great stakes in, said very quietly, "The not boy. Theodore. His situation is being addressed," Harry said. "Goldtooth has it." "Lucius redirected 3 of the not assets himself," Narcissa said. "I have the documents. I've had them for 2 years." Her voice was flat and careful and carried the specific weight of someone who has been carrying something for a long time and has finally, with tremendous deliberateness, put it down. "They are yours if you want them." Harry looked at her. He understood what this cost. He understood what she was trading, and what she was buying with it, and the clarity of the transaction, not comfortable, not pretending to be anything other than what it was, made it something he could actually respect. "Send them to Goldtooth," he said. "Under confidential file protection." He'll ensure your name is kept out of the active proceedings as a source unless it becomes legally unavoidable, and if it does, you'll be notified in advance. Narcissa exhaled, controlled, almost invisible, but real. Thank you. Don't thank me, Harry said. Thank Goldtooth. He's better at the detail work than I am. He looked at Draco. Come on Tuesday, if you want. Neville will be here and Hermione's coming Wednesday, but Tuesday's a smaller day, just Okafor in the morning and Shafiq in the afternoon. Better to start smaller. Draco looked at him for a moment with those careful, assessing eyes. Then he said, "What's Shafiq teach?" Applied magical theory. Wandless technique foundations. Problem solving under constraint. Problem solving under constraint, Draco repeated, in a tone that suggested this might be the first thing he'd found genuinely interesting since arriving. It's harder than it sounds, Harry said. I like hard things, Draco said, and it came out with a directness that was clearly not practiced. It was real, and it surprised him slightly, and he covered the surprise with the composure, but Harry had seen it. Tuesday, Harry said. By March the estate had a rhythm that Harry had not planned but had grown into something functional and, on the better days, something warmer than functional. Tuesdays were Draco and Neville, which was initially an exercise in managed tension. Draco had been raised to regard the Longbottoms with the specific contempt of a family that considers itself superior, and Neville had been raised in the shadow of parents who had been targeted by Death Eaters, which gave interactions between them a complicated charge. But Shafiq's problem-solving sessions had the particular quality of work that was difficult enough to require genuine cooperation, and Shafiq herself had the particular quality of an instructor who noticed interpersonal dynamics and addressed them with the directness of a woman who had no investment in anyone's family politics. By the third Tuesday, Draco and Neville were arguing about the best approach to a wandless levitation problem with the productive irritation of two people who are actually engaging with each other. By the fifth, Neville had shown Draco something about the plant specimens in the greenhouse with the careful pride of someone sharing a private skill, and Draco had been rude about it for exactly 30 seconds before curiosity overrode the posturing and he'd started asking real questions. Wednesdays were Hermione, who arrived with a bag of books, took notes in 3 different colors, and asked Okafor questions that required Okafor to think carefully before answering, which Okafor found delightful rather than presumptuous. She and Harry had developed a dynamic that was half collaboration and half argument, and which occasionally required Volkov to point out that the history lesson was not, in fact, a debate, before allowing that the debate was often more illuminating than the lesson. Thursdays were all 4 of them together, which was Volkov's domain, magical history contextualized against current events, with Harry's fraud case as a recurring object lesson in how political structures calcified and what it took to shift them. Volkov had initially been uncertain about the mixed age group, but Hermione's comprehensive preparation, Neville's quietly encyclopedic plant knowledge, and Draco's instinct for political structures made the sessions dense enough that he'd stopped treating it as a challenge and started treating it as the best class he'd taught in years. Sirius moved through all of it as a semi-permanent fixture, occasionally teaching, mostly learning alongside, sometimes just present in the way of someone who is recalibrating a relationship with the world at large and finding that a house full of children doing difficult things together is unexpectedly helpful for that process. It was Sirius who told Harry about Ronan on a Thursday evening in March, when the other children had gone home and Harry was reviewing the week's audit updates. I ran into Phileas Flitwick at the apothecary in Diagon Alley, Sirius said. Ran into he paused. I went to see him. He was my charms professor. He's good people. He told me, Dumbledore has been asking around about the tutoring setup here. Harry looked up from the audit file. Not directly, Sirius said. Through people. Asking whether anyone had heard details about what we were teaching, what books we were using, whether the curriculum covered specific subjects. He sat down across from Harry. Flitwick came to tell me because he thought I should know someone was asking. What subject specifically? Harry said. Magical law frameworks. ICW procedure. Contract challenge processes. Harry considered this. It told him something specific. Dumbledore was trying to anticipate the ICW filing. He wanted to know how Harry understood the contract challenge process before Harry filed it, which meant he was preparing a counterposition. He's not trying to stop it, Harry said. He knows he can't stop it. He's trying to understand what I know so he can decide how to respond. That's what I thought, Sirius said. Which means I should file it sooner than I planned, Harry said. Before he finishes building his response architecture. He pulled the ICW file from the stack. It had been ready for 2 weeks. He'd been waiting because Goldtooth had suggested giving the inheritance restorations time to complete before layering the contract challenge on top, to avoid procedural complications. How far along is the last restoration? Cressida Yaxley's full estate title came through 2 days ago, Sirius said. Goldtooth confirmed it. Harry tapped the ICW file with one finger. Then we're ready. He looked at Sirius. I need to write a letter to Griselda Marchbanks tonight. She has an ICW liaison relationship. She's been on the committee for 20 years. If I go through her, the filing bypasses the British Ministry's standard notification channels. Meaning Dumbledore doesn't find out it's been filed until it's already in the system, Sirius said. Yes. Harry looked at the file. Then at Sirius. He's going to know we're moving faster. He'll try something. I don't know what yet. He came to the estate, Sirius said. Harry's eyes came up. Not today. While you were in the library with the kids this morning. He flood. I was in the study. Sirius's expression was controlled, but there was something moving underneath it, the complicated thing that was Sirius's relationship with Albus Dumbledore, the man who had been his headmaster and his mentor's most trusted figure and had, with the best possible intentions, contributed to 2 years of his life being taken from him. He wanted to talk. What did you say? I said you weren't available. He said he wanted to speak with me. I said I'd let you know he'd come. Sirius met Harry's eyes. He looked old, Harry. Not frail, he's not frail. But old in the way of someone who is carrying something heavier than they'd expected. Harry was quiet for a moment. What do you think he wanted? To explain himself, Sirius said. To make the case for his own motivations. They're not simple. I know that. I've had 2 years to think about it, and Sirius shook his head. He's not a villain. He's something harder than that. A man who did genuinely terrible things in service of goals that were genuinely good, and who has convinced himself thoroughly enough that the one justifies the other that he's lost the ability to separate them. I know, Harry said. He'll want to talk to you eventually. I know that too. Harry looked at the ICW file. Not yet. Not until the filing is in and the formal hearing is set. After that, he paused. After that I think he deserves the conversation. I think he needs to have it with someone who isn't going to either worship him or simply condemn him. But the conversation has to happen after the legal process has its footing. If I talk to him before that, he'll use it. Not necessarily maliciously, Sirius said. No, Harry agreed. Not maliciously. He'll construct a version of the conversation that serves his understanding of what's right, and his understanding of what's right has a demonstrated history of overriding other people's rights. He picked up his quill. I'll write to Marchbanks tonight. Sirius watched him for a moment. You know what Remus would say right now. What? He'd say you're right about all of it, and that's slightly terrifying in someone your age. Harry didn't look up from the parchment, but he was smiling slightly. How is he? Sirius had been carefully, tentatively, corresponding with Remus Lupin since January, a slow and delicate process of rebuilding something that had been fractured by grief and misunderstanding and the 2 years during which Sirius had not been available to be the person Remus had needed him to be. Better, Sirius said. Wary. But better. He paused. He asked about you. What did you tell him? The truth. Sirius stood. He's going to want to meet you. Eventually. Good, Harry said. I have questions about the Marauders map that nobody else can answer. Sirius made a sound that was equal parts amused and alarmed. How do you know about Portrait of Edmund? Harry said. He had excellent intelligence sources. He was a portrait. A very well-informed portrait. Sirius laughed, which was still, months later, something that sounded like a sound returning from a long distance, getting stronger and more itself with each iteration. I'll tell him to expect a letter, he said. After the ICW filing, Harry said. I don't want anyone else pulled into the blast radius until the filing's confirmed. Once it's in the system and public, the immediate risk period is contained. The blast radius, Sirius repeated. You're 8. 9 in July. 9 in July, Sirius said. Right. The blast radius. I'll wait. He went out. Harry sat alone in the study with the ICW file and the blank parchment and the fire burning steady in the grate. He thought about the letter he was about to write, and what it would set in motion, and the conversation he was not yet ready to have, and a white-haired man who had been carrying something heavier than expected for 50 years. He thought about a night in October in a ruined house, and fire that was not quite fire, and a scroll that had fallen out of the sky into the hands of a boy who had just lost everything and found, in the loss, a particular kind of clarity. He thought about Neville in the greenhouse talking about plants with his hands moving. Hermione arguing with Volkov about historiography. Draco asking Shafiq about constraint problems with something unguarded in his face. Sirius laughing in the kitchen while Mipsy handed him biscuits. He thought about 19 houses, 19 seals, and a contract in green ink. Then he put his quill to the parchment and wrote, in the careful neat script of an 8-year-old who had been practicing, Dear Madam Marchbanks. I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing regarding the ICW submission process for a contract challenge under Article 14 of the 1692 International Magical Cooperation Agreement. I believe you are the appropriate contact for a filing of this nature, and I am ready to proceed. He wrote for an hour. When he finished, the fire had burned to coals, and Archimedes was waiting in the study doorway with the quiet patience of an owl who has carried many important letters and understands the gravity of the work. Harry sealed the letter. He gave it to Archimedes. He watched the owl fly out the window into the dark Scottish night, carrying the first shot in the final battle of a 50-year war. Then he went to bed, because tomorrow was Tuesday and Neville and Draco were coming and Shafiq had something new prepared and there was work to do, as there always was, as there would continue to be, as Harry had made his peace with and found, somewhere in the making, that peace and purpose were not so different after all. Chapter 5, The Contract of 50 Years. The ICW hearing was set for the 14th of September. Harry turned 11 in July, which meant he had 2 months between the confirmation of the hearing date and the hearing itself, and he spent them the way he spent most things, working. The ICW filing had gone in on a Thursday night in March and had been confirmed in the system by Friday morning, which meant Dumbledore had found out about it the same way everyone else found out, through the official notification that the International Confederation of Wizards sent to all parties named in a submitted contract challenge. Harry had been eating breakfast when the confirmation arrived from Marchbanks. He read it, noted the time, calculated that Dumbledore's notification would arrive within the same hour, and finished his toast. Sirius, across the table, watched him do this and said nothing, which was a measure of how much Sirius had developed over the past 2 years. The man who had arrived from Azkaban shaking and sharp-edged had become someone who could read a room and hold space in it, which was, Harry thought, what 2 years of rebuilding looked like on a person who was fundamentally good at being human once you gave him room to be. The formal conviction review for Sirius had concluded in February. Peter Pettigrew, faced with Goblin forensic analysis, Marlene McKinnon Pruitt's testimony, the reconstructed Fidelius documentation, and an Auror with a containment cage who had literally caught him running, had attempted 3 separate cover stories before Bones' team had simply run Veritaserum and gotten the truth in 45 minutes. Sirius had been exonerated by a Wiesengemot vote of 161 to 36, which was a larger margin than Harry had projected and a smaller margin than justice strictly required, but was, Bones had said with her particular dry precision, sufficient. The 36 against were also documented. Harry had that file. Pettigrew was currently in Azkaban awaiting trial on 13 counts of murder, 1 count of treason, and 1 count of providing material support to a dark wizard, charges that Bones had constructed with the care of someone who wanted them airtight, while a second case involving his years of information passing to Voldemort worked its way through the preliminary stages. Remus Lupin had come in April. He had arrived by flu, thin and careful and wearing the specific expression of someone who has spent a long time assuming the worst will happen and is trying, against conditioning, to expect otherwise. He and Sirius had disappeared into the library for 3 hours on the first afternoon. Harry had not interrupted. When they came out, something between them had shifted, not healed, not entirely, but moved from fractured to actively mending, which was a different thing and a better one. Remus had looked at Harry with grey eyes that were warm and slightly heartbroken simultaneously, and had said, "You look like James." Except for the eyes. "Apparently everyone says that," Harry said. "It's true every time," Remus said. He had stayed. That was the thing that surprised Harry most. He had expected Remus to visit and maintain his distance, the careful self-imposed isolation of a man who had spent too long being told he was a danger. But Remus had stayed, first for a week, then indefinitely, folding himself into the estate's rhythm with the unobtrusive competence of someone who is very good at being useful and very practiced at making himself easy to overlook. He taught the Thursday history sessions when Volkov was ill, which he did better than Volkov in certain ways because he had the additional dimension of having lived through a significant portion of the modern history he was teaching, and because he understood instinctively how to pitch material to the people in the room rather than to a theoretical student. Hermione adored him, which she expressed by arguing with him constantly. Neville found him calming, which made sense because Remus was very calm, the contained calm of someone who has had to manage their own internal weather very carefully and has become, through necessity, excellent at it. Draco was initially wary, then curious, then, after a session in which Remus had explained the history of werewolf legislation in Britain with the dispassionate clarity of someone explaining the history of a law that had directly and repeatedly damaged his own life, quietly furious on his behalf in a way that surprised everyone including Draco himself. The estate, by the time summer arrived, was not the isolated project Harry had begun in a grief-struck October. It was something else. It was, though Harry would not have used the word at the time, a home. July arrived and Harry turned 11, and the world outside the Highland Valley made its usual noise about it. The wizarding press had been circling the story for months. The combination of the inheritance fraud investigation, Sirius's exoneration, the ICW filing, and the steady drip of audit revelations that Bones was releasing in coordinated intervals had created a news environment in which the name Harry Potter appeared approximately every third day in the Prophet. Harry had given exactly 0 interviews, which had produced a vacuum that the Prophet had filled with a mixture of accurate reporting and inventive speculation in roughly equal measure. Sirius had wanted to issue a statement. Harry had said not yet. Not until after the ICW hearing, Harry said. Everything before that feeds into Dumbledore's ability to shape the narrative. Let the hearing speak first. It'll be public record. He's speaking to the press, Sirius said. Dumbledore had given 2 interviews in the past 3 months, both measured and careful, both managing to acknowledge that questions had been raised while simultaneously framing those questions within a larger context of his 50-year record of service. He was good at this. He had always been good at this. I know, Harry said. Let him. Sirius looked at him. He's explaining himself before the tribunal, Harry said. That's a defensive position. People who explain themselves before being asked are already losing the argument. He picked up the hearing preparation file. We need to focus on the presentation. The hearing preparation had been running since April. Harry worked on it with Marchbanks, who was the British ICW committee member and had developed, over the preceding months, a particular regard for Harry that was entirely professional and entirely genuine. She was 87 years old and had sat on the ICW for 40 years and had seen a great many things, and she told Harry, on one occasion with the directness of someone who no longer felt the need to be indirect, that she had not expected to be doing the most important work of her career. In collaboration with an 11-year-old. 9 at the time, Harry had said. Don't nitpick, she'd said, and had continued outlining the presentation structure. The structure was, like everything Bones built and everything Harry had learned from watching her, architectural in its approach. First, the factual foundation, the inheritance transfers, documented, dated, and traced. Second, the legal framework, the specific provisions of the 1692 International Magical Cooperation Agreement that the contract violated, and the 1752 Goblin Banking Accords that established Gringotts' independent investigative authority. Third, the contract itself, presented in full, with the sealed sections seal formally broken by Goblin legal authority under the Vault of Truth provision, revealing its contents for the first time in a public proceeding. Harry had seen the sealed sections' contents in Ragnarok's office, 3 years ago. He had not discussed them publicly. Neither had Ragnarok. The contents of that section were going to be revealed for the first time at the hearing, and their impact on the assembled tribunal was, Harry and Marchbanks agreed, going to be significant. The sealed section named the counterparties to the contract. They were not unknown figures. They were not mysterious foreign powers. They were 4 individuals who had been, in 1951, rising members of the British wizarding establishment, men who had wanted specific things from the post-war restructuring of wizarding society and had found in Albus Dumbledore a partner with the resources to provide those things. 2 of them were dead. 1 was in a wizarding care home in the Orkneys with no remaining family. The 4th was retired but very much alive and currently serving as the senior advisor to the Wisengamot's Constitutional Committee. His name was Barnabas Cuff Sr. His son ran the Daily Prophet. The hearing was held in Geneva. The ICW maintained its primary tribunal chamber in the Old City, in a building that was not visible from the Muggle Street and accessed by a specific sequence of steps that turned left when they should have turned right and delivered you into a space that was considerably larger than any building on that particular block could reasonably contain. The chamber itself was formal in the way of international legal bodies, neutral stone, the flags of 42 member nations on the walls, the elevated bench where the 7-member tribunal sat looking down at the central floor with the collective gravity of an institution that takes itself seriously and expects the same. Harry arrived the morning of the hearing with Sirius, Remus, Marchbanks, Goldtooth, and Amelia Bones, who had taken 4 days of personal leave to attend as an observer because she wanted to see it and was not going to let a technical jurisdictional distinction stop her. They walked in through the public entrance. Harry had specifically not requested the petitioner's private anteroom, and found seats in the gallery above the main floor. The main floor was full. Harry had expected press. He had not quite expected this quantity of press. Every significant wizarding publication in Europe had a correspondent present, along with several from North America and one from Japan who had apparently been following the fraud case since the first Gringotts notification through her publication's London correspondent. The gallery was packed. The standing sections were packed. The overflow room they'd opened was packed. Dumbledore was already in the chamber. He was seated at the respondents' table on the left side of the floor, with 2 legal representatives, both excellent. Harry had researched them, and the contained composure of a man who has decided how to meet this moment and is committed to meeting it exactly that way. He looked up when Harry walked in. Their eyes met across the chamber. It was the first time they had been in the same room since the Sirius trial, when Harry had not looked away, and Harry did not look away now. Dumbledore's expression was complex. Something in it was genuinely sad. Something in it was, Harry thought, a recognition. The look of a man who is seeing, with full clarity, the consequence of things he did 30 years before they became consequential. Harry held his gaze for a moment, then turned and found his seat. He looks tired, Remus said quietly. He is tired, Harry said. That's not the same as wrong. Remus looked at him sideways. Sirius, on Harry's other side, was watching Dumbledore with an expression that was tightly controlled and deeply human. Harry put his hand briefly on Sirius's arm. Sirius didn't say anything, but the tension in his shoulder settled slightly. The tribunal convened. The chief arbitrator was a Swedish witch named Astrid Magnusson, 60 years old, iron-haired, with the permanent expression of someone who has heard everything and is waiting for something genuinely new. She read the case summary into the record in a voice that made the words sound like architecture, each one placed deliberately, and then handed the floor to the petitioner. Harry stood up. The gallery noise, which had been a continuous low hum, went through a specific adjustment, the quality of silence that descends when an audience realizes something unexpected is happening. Harry was 11. He was in formal robes, Potter black and gold, and he had the Potter signet ring on his right hand and a copy of the full case file under his arm, and he walked to the petitioner's lectern with the easy straightforwardness of someone who knows their material and is not performing confidence because they actually have it. He put the file on the lectern. He looked at the tribunal. Arbitrators, he said. My name is Harry James Potter. I'm the Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Potter and currently hold 19 additional lordships in administrative trust pending the completion of the inheritance restoration process, 17 of which have been fully verified by Gringotts Bank. He paused. I want to start by telling you what this case is not about. He saw two of the tribunal members shift slightly, the specific movement of people recalibrating. It's not about whether Albus Dumbledore is a good man, Harry said. I think he is. I think he has spent 50 years doing things he genuinely believed were necessary and right. I think some of those things were necessary and right. And I think that the genuine good he has done is exactly what makes this case so important, because the argument he's going to make today, the argument his counsel has already outlined in the preliminary filings, is that the good outcomes justify the means that produce them. He looked at the respondents' table. Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that was perfectly still. That argument is the most dangerous kind, Harry said, because it's the most compelling to people who are themselves trying to do good. So before we get to the specific legal violations, and there are several, and they are serious, I want to address the argument directly. He looked at the tribunal. If good outcomes justify undisclosed means, then the people affected by those means have no rights that the person pursuing the outcomes is obligated to respect. They become instruments. And a person who can be used as an instrument by one person's definition of the greater good can be used as an instrument by anyone who claims that definition. He let that sit for 2 seconds. The 19 houses in this case lost political voice, financial resources, and in 5 cases the freedom of their adult heirs, because one man decided that the outcomes he was pursuing were worth more than the processes that would have required him to ask permission. Some of those outcomes were genuinely good. Some of those houses might even have agreed, if asked. But they were not asked. And that is the point. He opened the file. The contract before this tribunal, signed in 1951, transferred the effective administrative control of 11 Wiesengemot seats belonging to 9 of those 19 houses into the sole authority of the signatory. Under Article 14 of the 1692 International Magical Cooperation Agreement, any transfer of hereditary magical authority requires the documented consent of the living head of the affected house, witnessed by a neutral goblin financial representative, and registered with the International Magical Registry within 30 days of execution. He looked up. None of those requirements were met. The heads of the 9 houses were not approached, were not informed, and did not consent. The transfer was executed unilaterally, under the cover of a post-war administrative restructuring that was itself valid, using that valid process as camouflage for an invalid one. He turned to the section of the file containing the sealed section's contents. The counterparties to the contract received, in exchange for their political support of the signatory's agenda, access to specific ministry committee appointments, preferential treatment in post-war property redistribution, and, in 2 cases, the suppression of evidence relating to wartime activities that would otherwise have resulted in criminal proceedings. He paused. This information was sealed in the original document. I am presenting it now in full, with the Vault of Inherited Truth's authority backing its accuracy, and I will note for the record that the suppression of that evidence represents a separate matter for this tribunal's referral to the relevant domestic authority. He closed the file. I am asking for 3 things. First, that the contract be declared void ab initio, void from its creation, because its formation violated international magical law. Second, that all political structures built on the contract's foundation be referred back to the affected houses for reconstruction through legitimate process. Third, that the tribunal make a formal finding on the question of consent, not as punishment, but as precedent. So that the next person who decides their good outcomes justify other people's voicelessness has a finding of this tribunal to contend with. He looked at Magnusson. Thank you. He went back to his seat. The gallery was doing the particular silence of 200 people processing the same information simultaneously. Sirius's hand briefly gripped Harry's shoulder and released it. Remus was looking at the floor with an expression that was working very hard to stay composed. Bones, in her observer seat, had her arms crossed and was looking at the tribunal with the expression of a woman who has spent 3 years building to this moment and is now simply watching it arrive. Marchbanks, beside Harry, said very quietly, "Well done." Dumbledore's counsel was good. Harry had known they would be. They argued the historical context, the specific nature of the post-war period, the genuine threat posed by Grindelwald's lingering networks, the necessity of consolidating legitimate authority quickly. They argued that the transfers had been made in good faith, that Dumbledore had genuinely believed the house heads would have consented had they been asked, that the beneficial use of the transferred authority, documented in the record of votes cast, programs funded, or resources deployed, demonstrated that the intent had been protective rather than acquisitive. They were persuasive arguments. Harry sat and listened to them with the attentiveness he brought to anything he needed to fully understand. Several of the tribunal members were clearly engaged by them, leaning forward, asking clarifying questions. Then the tribunal asked Dumbledore to speak directly. He stood. He was, Harry thought, the most naturally authoritative presence he had ever seen in a room, and Harry had been in rooms with Bones and Marchbanks and Augusta Longbottom and Goldtooth, all people who commanded their environments. But Dumbledore was different, and the difference was not charisma exactly, though he had that, it was the specific gravity of a man whose life had bent a significant portion of the world around his convictions, and who had been right often enough that the bending felt, from inside it, like natural law. "I will not dispute the facts as Lord Potter has presented them," Dumbledore said. "The transfers were made without the formal consent of the affected houses. That is accurate. The contract was executed in a manner that did not comply with the requirements of Article 14. That is also accurate." The gallery, which had expected a rebuttal, made the small collective sound of surprise. "What I would ask this tribunal to consider," Dumbledore continued, "is the context in which those choices were made, and the question of what the alternatives were. Britain in 1951 was 3 years out of a magical war in which Grindelwald supporters had infiltrated every significant institution in the country. The Waisengemot was compromised. The ministry was compromised. The legitimate houses whose seats were transferred included several whose heads at the time had documented sympathies with the old regime that could not be safely tested through open political process." He paused. "I made a choice. I made it without the authority to make it, and I made it because I believed that the people who should have had that authority could not safely be trusted with it at that moment." Another pause. "I still believe I was right about the immediate circumstances. I also believe, having spent a considerable portion of the past several years watching what I built become something rather different from what I intended, that Lord Potter is right about the principle." The silence that followed was of an extraordinary quality. "Power held without consent," Dumbledore said, "even power held with the best intentions, becomes its own corruption in the second generation. What I built to protect, others have used to preserve. What I constructed as temporary, calcified. The 5 heirs in abeyance, the fraudulent incapacitation declarations, those were not mine. But they were possible because the mechanism I created made them possible. And that is a responsibility I cannot avoid by citing my original intent. He looked across the floor at Harry. Directly. I would also say, he said, that I believed I was protecting Harry Potter. I believed the arrangements I made for him were necessary for reasons that I understood better than anyone else. His voice was steady and very old. I have spent 3 years watching him demonstrate, with considerable thoroughness, the specific flaw in that reasoning. I managed him because I was certain of the outcome. I was not, as it turns out, as certain of the boy. The gallery was completely silent. Harry looked back at Dumbledore. He did not look away. He did not smile. He thought about a night in October and fire that was not quite fire and a scroll falling out of the sky, and about what it meant that the most powerful wizard in Britain had spent 50 years building something in good faith that still needed to be taken apart. There was no triumph in it, he found. There wasn't anything clean. It was just true, and some things were just true, and you did what needed doing with them. After a moment, he nodded. Once. Dumbledore saw it. Something in his expression shifted, old grief, maybe, or something adjacent to relief, the specific relief of a man who has been waiting for a particular person to see him clearly and has finally been seen. He sat down. The tribunal deliberated for 2 days. Harry stayed in Geneva. Sirius took them all to a Muggle restaurant the first evening, because Sirius was increasingly enthusiastic about Muggle restaurants in a way that Harry suspected was at least partly about recovering the ability to simply be a person in an ordinary public place, and they sat around a table eating pasta and not talking about the tribunal, which was the specific gift of people who know when not to press. Remus told a story about a school trip James had organized in 3rd year that involved a Muggle cinema, a transfiguration mishap, and a very confused usher that reduced Sirius to tears and made Marchbanks, who had joined them, cover her mouth with her napkin to conceal the fact that she was laughing. Harry watched them around the table, Sirius laughing, Remus precise and warm, Marchbanks 87 years old and eating tiramisu with evident pleasure, Goldtooth cutting his pasta into geometrically uniform pieces with the precision of a goblin who finds even food susceptible to organization, and felt something that wasn't relief or victory but was perhaps what you felt when things you'd been holding very carefully could, briefly, be set down. He was 11. It was strange, sometimes, to be 11. It was strange to have done what he'd done and also to be the age he was, to have the memories he had of portraits and audit files and Wisengamot chambers and also the memory of Neville talking about plants until he glowed and Hermione arguing about historiography like her life depended on getting it right and Draco asking about problem-solving under constraint with something unguarded in his face. Those things were not separate, he had come to understand. The work and the people. The institutional and the human. You couldn't do one without the other and have it mean anything, which was probably what Dumbledore had gotten wrong. He had done the institutional work in isolation from the human accountability, and the isolation was where the rot had gotten in. "You're thinking very loudly," Sirius said. "Sorry," Harry said. "Don't apologize." "What's the thinking?" Harry looked at the table. "Dumbledore was right that I'm not what he expected," he said. "But I don't think it's because I'm clever or powerful or any of that. I think it's because I had people." He looked at Sirius. "Fawkes brought me the scroll but the scroll was just information. What made it work was, Gringotts, and then you, and Bones, and the portraits, and Neville and Hermione and," he stopped. "It was never going to be one person. It was always going to be a lot of people doing their parts." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "James would have been very proud of you," he said quietly. "Lily too." "Both of them, immensely." He paused. "I'm not great at the emotional articulation thing. But I want you to know that." "I know," Harry said. "Thank you." They finished dinner and walked back through the old city under a September sky that was doing what September skies do in Switzerland, clear and cold and very large, stars coming through as the dusk finished its business. The tribunal's ruling came on the third morning. Magnusson read it into the record in the same architectural voice, each word placed with the care of something that will be cited for 100 years. The contract was declared void ab initio. The 11 Wiesengemot seats were ordered returned to the affected houses for redistribution through legitimate process, with a 2-year implementation window. All political decisions made by those seats since 1951 were placed under a formal review order, not automatically reversed, but subject to challenge by any affected party, which was a careful distinction that preserved stability while opening accountability. The suppression of wartime evidence was referred to the DMLE and the ICW's own investigative committee. The fraudulent incapacitation declarations were referred to the British Wizarding Medical Authority for independent review of all 5 cases, a separate proceeding, but formally connected to this one in the record. On the question of Dumbledore, the tribunal found that the contract had been executed without the required consent, in violation of Article 14, with full awareness of the requirements and deliberate choice not to follow them. The finding was recorded in the International Magical Legal Record. No criminal charges were recommended. The tribunal lacked that authority, and the specific acts, while legally void, had been motivated by genuine post-war security concerns that the tribunal acknowledged as mitigating. But the finding itself was permanent. It would be there, in the record, for anyone who looked. Dumbledore's titles, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, were referred to the relevant bodies for review in light of the finding. The tribunal made no ruling on the outcome of those reviews, leaving that to the domestic and international institutions whose authority it was. It was, Marchbank said afterward, the most complete ruling she had seen in 40 years on the ICW. Not the most dramatic, there had been more dramatic cases. But the most complete. The one that closed the most doors and opened the correct ones. Harry sat in the gallery and listened to every word, and when it was done he put both hands flat on his knees and breathed out slowly. Sirius's hand came down on his shoulder and stayed. Dumbledore was leaving the chamber when Harry caught up with him. This was not planned. Harry had simply been moving through the press of people and had found himself in the same corridor at the same moment, Dumbledore walking ahead with his 2 legal representatives, and Harry had made a decision in about 2 seconds. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore stopped. Turned. His representatives looked at Harry and then at Dumbledore, and Dumbledore said something quietly to them and they moved a tactful distance away. They stood in the corridor outside the tribunal chamber, an old man and an 11-year-old, while the sounds of the departing crowd moved around them like water. Lord Potter, Dumbledore said. You said you believed the arrangements you made for me were necessary, Harry said. That you knew better than anyone what I needed. Yes. I want to tell you what I actually needed, Harry said. Not to argue about it. Just so you know. He looked at the old man steadily. I needed the blocks off my magic. I needed access to my inheritance. I needed my godfather. I needed to know the truth about my parents' deaths. I needed to grow up in my family's home with people who were honest with me. He paused. None of those things required management. They required the absence of interference. Dumbledore was quiet. You're good at what you do, Harry said. You're genuinely good at it. And I think you spent 50 years being good at things that needed doing, and somewhere in that you stopped being able to imagine that the things you were good at could cause harm. Because your version of the story was always the one where you were necessary. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I believe that is accurate. What happens now? Harry said. To you. Dumbledore looked at him with eyes that were old and clear and carrying something that was not self-pity but was in the same family as it, tempered by too much intelligence to stay purely at self-pity. I expect the Chief Warlock review will result in my resignation from that position, he said. The Supreme Mugwump review, I am less certain. I have friends on that committee. A brief pause. Had, perhaps, is more accurate after today. You'll keep Hogwarts, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Likely. For now. He looked at Harry. You'll be starting soon. September 1st, Harry said. Yes. You'll find, Dumbledore said carefully, that I am a better teacher than I have been a politician. He said it with the self-awareness of a man who has spent 3 years being forced to see himself clearly and has, on balance, managed it. I'm counting on that, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Something in his expression shifted, not relief exactly, but a movement toward it. May I ask, what you want? For the future. Now that, the same thing I wanted at the beginning, Harry said. To fix the system. The 19 houses is the immediate thing. The ICW ruling gives us the framework for the Wisengamot restructuring. The fraud documentation is going to be used in the constitutional reform proposals Madame Bones is drafting. He paused. And Voldemort isn't gone. Dumbledore's expression changed. The Horcrux situation, Harry said, at the same register, and watched the old man's face move through a very specific sequence. I know about them. I know about the diary, and I know there are more. I know he split his soul multiple times. He held Dumbledore's eyes. I'm going to need your help with that part. The knowledge you have. Not the management, the knowledge. Dumbledore was still for a long moment. You know about the Horcruxes. Edmund's portrait was very thorough, Harry said. And I've done my own research. He looked at the old man. I'm not asking you to lead that effort. I'm asking if you're willing to contribute to it. There's a difference. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The corridor was nearly empty now, the crowd thinned to a few last stragglers. The flags of 42 nations hung in the chamber behind them, and the old city of Geneva was going about its afternoon outside, entirely indifferent. Yes, Dumbledore said, with a simplicity that had nothing performative in it. I am willing to contribute to it. Good, Harry said. I'll write. He walked back to where Sirius and Remus were waiting at the corridor's end. Sirius was watching him with an expression that wanted to be several questions. Remus had the look of a man who has prepared himself for multiple outcomes and is carefully evaluating which one has arrived. Well? Sirius said. He'll help with the Horcrux research, Harry said. That's the next thing. Sirius stared at him. You asked him that? Just now? There's no point waiting, Harry said. We needed the tribunal first because we needed him to understand the terms of any future cooperation. Those terms are now established. He looked at Sirius. He's still the most knowledgeable person alive on the subject. Not using that would be stupid. Sirius made a sound that was part exasperation and entirely fond. Remus, he said, I need you to tell me this is normal. It's not normal, Remus said. But it's right. He looked at Harry. That's very James of you, by the way. The bit where you turn around and use the person who was against you. Mum would have done it better organized with more sleep, Harry said. Remus laughed, which was the warm and genuine laugh of someone whose grief had been slowly, painfully, carefully converted into something that could coexist with laughter, and Sirius laughed with him, and they walked out through the ICW building's impossible corridor into the afternoon light of a Geneva September, and the city was around them, ordinary and real, and somewhere across the channel the wizarding world was reading about the tribunal's ruling and beginning the slow and complicated work of figuring out what came next. Hogwarts in September, Harry thought. The Horcruxes after. One thing at a time. He could do one thing at a time. He had been doing one thing at a time since he was 6 years old in a ruined house with a phoenix and a scroll and the specific clarity of someone who has lost everything and found, in the aftermath, exactly what mattered. He still had the scroll. It was in the Potter vault, properly filed, exactly where it should be. Evidence, record, and reminder, the beginning of everything, kept safe. He walked out into the September light. Chapter 6, What magic remembers Hogwarts in September was everything the portraits had described and several things they hadn't. Harry had expected the magic, the moving staircases, the trick steps, the portraits that gossiped and the ghosts that drifted through walls with the self-important air of people who consider their continued presence a gift. He had expected the scale of the place, the way the great hall's ceiling disappeared into a sky that wasn't really there, the corridors that went on longer than the building's exterior suggested they should. He had read about all of it, had heard it described in 17 different voices by people who had lived inside it, had built a working mental model that was reasonably accurate. He had not expected it to feel like being recognized. Not by the students, who were doing the usual thing, watching him, whispering, the combination of the scar and the name and the 3 years of profit coverage producing a specific quality of attention that Harry had learned to move through without being altered by it. Not by the professors, most of whom managed the first-day awkwardness of having Harry Potter in their class with varying degrees of grace. Not by the building in any mystical or dramatic sense. Just, the magic of the place knew him. He felt it in the first step through the entrance doors, a low resonance in his chest that was deeper than recognition and older than anything he could name. Like a frequency he had always produced suddenly finding its corresponding note. He stood in the entrance hall for a moment while first years streamed around him, and Hermione appeared at his elbow because Hermione had been 5 steps behind him since the boats and was not going to let the moment go undocumented in her mental record. "You stopped," she observed. "I know," Harry said. "Why did you stop?" "It knows me," Harry said, which was not a fully satisfying explanation, and Hermione's expression said she found it epistemically incomplete, but she also looked at the walls and the ceiling and the moving torchlight and said nothing more, which meant she felt something too and was deciding how to categorize it. Neville was already inside, having gone ahead in the boats with a Hufflepuff girl and a Ravenclaw boy he'd been talking to with increasing animation since the train, the greenhouse-specific light in his face that Harry had first seen in February and had been glad to see accelerating. Draco was across the hall with 2 Slytherin-bound boys from old wizarding families, and when his eyes found Harry across the crowd he gave one brief, precise nod, the same nod Harry had given Sirius in the Wizengamot chamber, adapted and returned, their own private vocabulary of acknowledgement. The sorting happened. Hermione went to Gryffindor, which surprised no one. Neville went to Gryffindor, which surprised him visibly and made Augusta Longbottom, who had attended as a family observer, press her lips together in a way that was very clearly suppressed emotion. Draco went to Slytherin, which was where he had always expected to go and where Harry had thought he would flourish, and the hat had barely touched his head before it called it, which was either a very easy decision or a very fast one. The hat sat on Harry's head for 37 seconds. Gryffindor, it said eventually, but Harry had the distinct impression it had considered the argument from several angles first, because the hat was old enough to appreciate a genuinely interesting case. He sat down at the Gryffindor table. Hermione immediately passed him a bread roll. Neville, on his other side, was looking at the enchanted ceiling with the expression of someone absorbing a new environment for future reference. Around them the hall was noise and candlelight and the beginning of something. Dumbledore was at the staff table. He was in his usual position, central, in midnight blue robes that he wore with the ease of 50 years of occupying that exact seat. He was speaking quietly to Professor McGonagall, who was nodding, and he looked, Harry watched him for a moment, he looked like a man who had put down something very heavy and was still adjusting to the absence of the weight. Not diminished. Different. Like a clock that has had an incorrect spring removed and is now running at the right speed. Their eyes met briefly. Dumbledore inclined his head. Harry returned it. McGonagall caught the exchange and did not comment. She was an intelligent woman who had spent a summer receiving owls from former students, current governors, and the ICW Observer for Britain, and had come to the beginning of term with the specific composure of someone who has processed a great deal and emerged still standing. She had written Harry 3 letters over the summer, formal, professional, and entirely genuine, about curriculum, expectations, and what she called the particular responsibility that came with being conspicuous. Harry had written back. They understood each other. The first week passed in the rhythm of new things. Classes, which Harry approached with the same comprehensive attention he had brought to the tutors at the estate, finding that 3 years of Okafor and Volkov and Shafik had given him a foundation that was broader and differently structured than what Hogwarts expected, not better in every respect but different in ways that mattered. Potions was interesting because Snape was interesting, a complicated man with a complicated history, whose competence was genuine and whose delivery of that competence was wrapped in layers of defensiveness and controlled anger that Harry found instructive rather than intimidating. Snape had also, as Harry discovered in the second class, been waiting for Harry with the specific readiness of someone who expects a particular kind of student and has prepared to be annoyed by him. Potter, Snape said, on Tuesday, with the quality of someone testing a blade. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class went quiet. The Slytherins arranged themselves into the watching posture of people who know something is coming. A very powerful sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death, Harry said, though the more interesting question is the proportional relationship between the asphodel and the wormwood in the infusion, because the standard ratio produces the sleeping effect but the inverted ratio is a significant component of at least 3 historical dark arts preparations, which is presumably why the combination isn't introduced until 5th year in standard curriculum. He paused. Is that the angle you wanted, or were you asking about the draft specifically? Snape looked at him for a long moment. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? He said. Inside a goat's stomach, Harry said. Though the potency varies significantly by the goat's diet. A goat fed primarily on magical herbs produces a bezoar effective against a much broader range of poisons than one on standard pasture. There's a paper from the Potions Academy in 1967 that identifies 17 compounds the standard bezoar has no effect on. Another silence. What is the difference? Snape said, in a different register, still sharp but pointed at something different now, between monkshood and wolfsbane. They're the same plant, Harry said. Different common names. He looked at Snape. The potion made from it is used as a wolfsbane potion, which suppresses certain effects of lycanthropy. There's an ongoing question in the research literature about whether the current formulation is optimized or whether a modification to the drying process for the flowers would improve efficacy. He said this with the same precise neutrality he used for everything. I have a personal interest in that question. He had a personal interest in that question because Remus Lupin had been taking the wolfsbane potion in its current formulation for several years, brewed for him by Sirius, who had gotten very good at it, and because Harry had been reading the research literature on the formulation question and had 3 ideas he wanted to test. Snape was still looking at him. Something had shifted in his expression, not warmth, that was not a word that applied to Severus Snape's classroom face, but a specific recalibration, the look of a man who expected one thing and has found another. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said, with the air of someone making a concession under duress. Don't make it a habit. Which was, Harry understood, Snape's version of an invitation. He took it as such. The Horcrux work had begun before September. Harry and Dumbledore had been corresponding since Geneva, formal letters that were careful in their language and precise in their content, Dumbledore contributing what he knew and had theorized, Harry contributing what he had researched and what the Potter Library and Edmund's portrait had provided, and Remus contributing his own formidable knowledge of the darkest magical theory from the reading he had done during the years when he had had little else to do. The map of what they knew was this: Voldemort had made 6 Horcruxes. One had been a diary, destroyed in 1943 and then recovered and used again, a piece of dark magic that Harry had flagged as concerning because a Horcrux used as a weapon was a different category of dangerous than a Horcrux used only for concealment. One was almost certainly Slytherin's locket. One was probably Hufflepuff's cup. One was likely something connected to Ravenclaw. One was Nagini the snake, whose status Dumbledore had theorized from magical residue analysis. And one that Dumbledore had mentioned in his 4th letter, carefully, with the specific care of a man delivering information he knows will be difficult, was Harry himself. Harry had sat with that letter for a long time. Then he had gone to find Remus. Remus had been in the library, reading, and had looked up when Harry came in and had clearly seen something in his face, because he closed the book and waited without asking. Harry sat down across from him and said, "I'm a Horcrux." Remus went very still. "The night Voldemort killed my parents and failed to kill me," Harry said, a piece of his soul transferred into the scar. "It's been there this whole time." Fawkes removed the connection, the active connection, but the fragment itself is still. He pressed his finger to his scar. "Still there." Remus was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful and precise in the way it was when he was managing something. "Have you told Sirius?" "Not yet. I wanted to understand it first. Before I told him." Harry looked at his hands. "The question is whether removing it requires," he paused. "Whether removing it requires dying." "And what does the research say?" Remus asked, because that was the right question and Remus always asked the right questions. "The standard literature says yes," Harry said. "A Horcrux in a living vessel can only be separated by the destruction of the vessel." He looked up. "But the standard literature also says Horcruxes can only be destroyed by a very short list of specific methods, and Fawkes managed to sever the active connection in 2 seconds on the night it was made, which the standard literature doesn't account for at all." Remus was still very still. "You think the Phoenix Fire, I think there might be a method," Harry said. "Not documented. Potentially not tried. The Vault of Inherited Truth document, magic generated it. Magic intervened at Godric's Hollow. Magic doesn't do those things randomly." He looked at Remus. "I think I was meant to be able to survive this. I don't think it means I'm safe or that it's simple. But I don't think the answer is that I have to die for it to work." Remus looked at him for a very long time. The firelight moved across his face, the scars from years of monthly transformations, the gray at his temples, the steady warm regard of a man who had lost too many people and was not going to lose this one without saying something. "I'm going to need you to promise me something," he said. "What?" "That you don't go after this alone. That when the time comes, you tell us, me and Sirius, and we do it together." Harry looked at him. "That was already the plan," he said. "Then say it anyway," Remus said. "I promise," Harry said. Remus nodded. He opened his book again, but he didn't read it for a while, just sat with it in his lap looking at the fire. Harry stayed. They sat together in the library while the summer turned around them, and nobody needed to say anything more. Hogwarts at night was different from Hogwarts in the day. Harry discovered this in early October, 3 weeks into term, when he went to the library after dinner because Hermione had found something in a Transfiguration text that she wanted to argue about and the argument required the primary sources. The library at 10 o'clock was dim and very quiet, Madame Pants already gone, the restricted section locked and the regular stacks lit by a low enchanted light that moved between the shelves like slow water. He was in the historical magic section when he heard footsteps. Not suspicious footsteps, familiar ones, the specific tread of someone who knows exactly where they're going in a dark library. McGonagall appeared around the end of the shelf with a book in one hand and no particular expression of surprise at finding Harry there. "Lord Potter," she said. "Professor," Harry said. She looked at the texts he had out, 3 advanced Transfiguration references and a primary source on magical theory from 1893, and at the parchment covered in his precise notes. She said nothing for a moment. "Sit down," she said, and sat herself in the chair at the end of the reading table. Harry sat. McGonagall put her book on the table and folded her hands on top of it. In the dim library light she looked, Harry thought, like what she was, a woman of considerable power and considerable principle who had spent 30 years watching an institution she loved be managed in ways she hadn't always agreed with and had stayed anyway, because the institution itself mattered more than her comfort. "I want to say something to you," she said. "And I want to say it once, and I don't want a response, just acknowledgement." Harry nodded. "What you have done over the past 3 years," she said, "is extraordinary. Not because of the power it required or the intelligence. Because of the care." She looked at him directly with clear, steady eyes. "You restored 19 houses. You freed your godfather. You addressed a 50-year injustice without bitterness driving it. Every decision was about restoration. Not revenge." She paused. "I taught your parents. I know what they were capable of. I think they would recognize what you've done and understand where it came from." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Thank you," he said. He said it the way he had learned to receive these things, fully, without deflecting. "The ICW ruling," she said, allowing the subject to shift, "has created a significant restructuring requirement in the Wiesengemacht. 17 of those 19 houses will have reclaimed seats by next spring. The balance of the chamber will change considerably." "I know," Harry said. "Some of those new voices will be complicated," McGonagall said carefully. "The Knot seat, for example." "Theodore Knot Sr. is in Azkaban," Harry said. "The seat reverts to Theodore Jr. when he comes of age. In the interim it's administered by Goldtooth as estate trustee, which means it votes in the interests of the house itself rather than any individual political agenda." He paused. "I know it looks like a liability. A Death Eater's house seat restored. But the alternative, leaving the restoration incomplete because the family's recent history is inconvenient, is exactly the logic that was used to justify the original fraud." McGonagall looked at him. "No," she said. "I know. I wasn't suggesting otherwise." She was quiet for a moment. "The Wiesengemacht reform proposals that Madame Bones is drafting. I have been asked to contribute to the educational provisions." "She mentioned she was going to approach you," Harry said. "She thinks your input on the curriculum reform section is essential." "She's right. You've already discussed it." 3 weeks ago." McGonagall did not look entirely surprised. "And what do you see as the priorities?" Harry looked at his notes for a moment. Then he put the quill down and looked at her directly, because this was the kind of conversation that didn't work with a quill in your hand. "Magical law as a standard subject, not an elective. History of magic taught by someone alive, not a ghost. No offense to Professor Binns, but he stopped updating his material when he died and the world didn't stop happening." He paused. "Muggle studies rebuilt from the ground up. Currently it teaches Muggle culture with the quality of someone who read one Muggle magazine in 1970 and decided they understood the subject. Given that 30% of Hogwarts students have at least one Muggle parent and the other 70% share a country with 60 million Muggles, the current approach is not just inadequate, it's actively counterproductive." McGonagall was writing now, small, neat notes in the margins of a parchment she produced from somewhere with the efficiency of a professor who always has writing materials. "Go on," Harry went on. They talked for an hour and a half, in the quiet library with the enchanted light moving between the shelves, about what education was for and who it was failing and what could be done about it. McGonagall argued back on 3 points, was right about 2 of them, and acknowledged it on both. Harry was wrong about one thing and said so when she demonstrated it, which made her look at him with an expression that was very briefly and entirely personal before returning to professional. When they finally stood to leave, McGonagall said, 5 points to Gryffindor for the library at 10 o'clock. "For being here after hours?" Harry said. "For the Muggle studies argument," she said. "I've been making it for 20 years and nobody has ever put it quite that clearly." She picked up her book. "Don't let it become a habit. Good night, Lord Potter." "Good night, Professor." November arrived with weather and news simultaneously. The weather was Highland Standard, which meant serious and committed rain that had opinions about it, the kind that arrived before breakfast and stayed through dinner without apologizing. The news arrived on a Tuesday with the Morning Post, 3 owls landing at the Gryffindor table in sequence, one from Bones, one from Gringotts, one from Sirius. Harry read Sirius's first because Sirius's handwriting had an urgency to it that the others didn't. Something's moving. Bones will have the details, but the short version, the magical readings we've been monitoring around the forest near Little Hangleton have spiked. Remus is contacting Dumbledore. I'm at the estate with Goldtooth going through the protective ward specifications for the site. Whatever Voldemort has been building toward, I think he's starting. Harry read the Bones letter. Confirmed. A ministry surveillance post at the Riddle estate had been detecting dark magic accumulation for 6 weeks, low-level but consistent, the pattern suggesting a deliberate preparation for something rather than residual activity. 2 Aurors sent to investigate on Monday had reported back and then gone silent. Harry read the Gringotts letter. The vault monitoring charms on 3 items they had flagged as possible Horcrux locations, the locket, the cup, and a suspected Ravenclaw artifact, had all activated simultaneously 48 hours ago, indicating magical resonance with a proximate source. He folded all 3 letters. Across the Great Hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco was reading his own morning post. His mother wrote daily. Harry watched him read, watched the specific quality of stillness that came over him, and knew that Narcissa's letter that morning had the same information from a different source. Their eyes met across the hall. Draco's expression was controlled and asking a question. Harry nodded once. Draco turned back to his letter and Harry turned back to his breakfast, and Hermione, who had been watching all of this with the attentiveness of someone who processes information very quickly, said quietly, "He's moving." "Yes," Harry said. "What do we do?" "Eat breakfast," Harry said. "And then I need to send 3 letters." "Harry." He looked at her. "I want to be involved," she said. "When it happens. Whatever it is." She was holding her fork and looking at him with the directness that was simply her face, the expression of someone who has decided something and is not negotiating about the decision, only the logistics. "I know I'm 11. I know the argument. I also know that I have been here from the beginning, the tutoring, the research, the Wizengamot preparation. I've contributed." "You have," Harry said. "Then I'm not being left in the castle while you—" "I wasn't going to leave you in the castle," Harry said. "I was going to write to Sirius and Remus and Bones and Dumbledore. And then I was going to talk to you, Neville, and Draco about what roles made sense." He looked at her. "I told you. It was never going to be one person. It's a lot of people doing their parts." Hermione pressed her lips together in the specific way of someone who had prepared an argument and finds it's not needed. Then she picked up her fork. "All right," she said. "What do you need me to research?" What came together over the next 2 weeks was not a battle plan so much as a convergence. Dumbledore and Remus came to Hogwarts. Sirius arrived 3 days later with Goldtooth and a set of detailed magical survey maps that the Gringotts team had compiled on the Riddle estate, which turned out to be riddled, the word felt appropriate, with wards that were recognizably Voldemort's work in their specific dark art signature. Bones sent a team of 4 Aurors to establish a perimeter, not to go in but to ensure nobody else went in or out. They worked in a room McGonagall made available on the 4th floor, a disused classroom large enough to spread Goldtooth's maps on, with a fireplace for fluke communication and enough chairs for everyone. Harry sat at the center of it not because he had claimed that position but because when he sat down, the room organized itself around him, which was what rooms did when the person doing the organizing was very clear about what needed doing. Dumbledore contributed what he knew about the specific Horcruxes, their likely locations, their magical signatures, the methods that could destroy them. His knowledge was extensive and precise, and he shared it without editorializing, without managing, without the centuries-old habit of choosing what to reveal and what to hold. He was, here, simply the most knowledgeable person in the room doing his part. Hermione's research had identified something important, a discrepancy in the historical record of Voldemort's known movements in 1979 that suggested one of the Horcrux objects had been placed not at the Riddle estate but at Hogwarts itself. In the Chamber of Secrets specifically, which was, as Hermione noted with the calm precision of someone presenting results, theoretically accessible via a Parseltongue-locked entrance in the second-floor girls' bathroom. Everyone looked at Harry. "I speak Parseltongue," Harry confirmed. Fawkes burning the soul fragment connection released a lot of things. Apparently that was one of them. "You've known this since you were 6, Sirius said. "Since I was 7, Harry corrected. "I didn't find out about the chamber until I was 8. Edmund's portrait again. He looked at the map of Hogwarts. "The basilisk. Is it still there?" Neville asked. He was sitting beside Harry with a notebook and had been taking notes with the focused attention of someone who has decided their role is to ensure nothing gets forgotten. "If it's been there since Slytherin put it there, and nobody's moved it, then yes," Harry said. "It's a 1,000-year-old serpent in a sealed underground chamber. It hasn't had anywhere to go." "And you think the Horcrux is down there?" Draco said. He was at the other end of the table, which was where he always sat in these collaborative sessions, close enough to be part of it, with enough distance to maintain the appearance of not having committed. Harry had stopped caring about the appearance a long time ago. Draco's contributions had always been real, whatever the seating arrangement. The diary. Wasn't the diary a Horcrux? Was, Harry said. It was used as a weapon. It was destroyed, the records are incomplete on how, but it's gone. Whatever's in the chamber is something else. Why put a Horcrux in the chamber? Draco pressed. Because nobody can get in without Parseltongue, Remus said from the corner, looking up from the text he'd been reading. And Tom Riddle was the last known Parseltongue in Britain before Harry. He thought it was perfectly secure. He didn't account for the possibility that Harry would inherit the ability from the soul fragment, Hermione said. He didn't account for a great many things about Harry, Dumbledore said, very quietly. There was a brief silence. Not uncomfortable exactly. The silence of a room that has acknowledged something true and moved on from it. "The Riddle estate wards first," Harry said. "The locket and the cup are there, the Gringotts readings confirm both. Bones' team has the perimeter established. We go in, retrieve and destroy the objects, and come back." He looked at the aura map Bones had sent. Voldemort is not currently embodied. He's been operating as a wraith, possessing willing hosts, building toward a re-embodiment ritual. The magical accumulation at Little Hangleton is the ritual preparation. If we can destroy the Horcruxes before the ritual completes, he can't complete the ritual without a host body, Remus said. And without the Horcruxes, death is permanent. Yes, Harry said. You make it sound straightforward, Sirius said. Parts of it are straightforward, Harry said. The straightforward parts first, then the complicated ones. That's usually the right order. The Riddle estate on a November night was exactly what you would expect of a place that had been the seat of a Dark Lord's power for 30 years, cold, warded to the teeth, and carrying the specific ambient malevolence of a location where genuinely terrible things had happened and the residue had never been properly cleaned. Harry went in with Sirius, Remus, Bones, and 2 of her Aurors. Dumbledore stayed outside the ward perimeter at Harry's specific request. His presence inside the estate's magical envelope would trigger additional alert protocols that Goldtooth had identified as connected directly to Voldemort's awareness, wherever he currently was, and Harry wanted as much time inside as possible before anything activated. Hermione, Neville, and Draco were at Hogwarts. This was not negotiable. They were 11 and Harry was 11 and Harry himself was only here because the Parseltongue was necessary and because trying to leave him at Hogwarts when it was his magical signature the Horcrux work depended on would have been, as Bones had put it, operationally silly. The estate inside the wards was grey stone and dead garden and the cold that was several degrees past weather and into something magical and deliberate. Harry walked through it with his wand out and his attention spread wide, reading the ambient magic the way Okafor had taught him in his first year of tutoring, not just looking for specific threats but feeling the whole field, the texture of it, where it thickened and where it moved. The locket was in the cellar. He knew before they found the room, the resonance through the floor, the specific vibration of a split soul in a contained object. It was not a pleasant sensation, knowing what he knew now about what a Horcrux felt like from the inside, but it was useful. Slytherin's locket lay in a box of ordinary appearance on an ordinary shelf, which was precisely the kind of hiding place that worked because the ordinary was the last thing people looked for when they were looking for dark artifacts. Sirius opened the box and the locket sat inside it, golden and serpentine and emanating the specific wrongness of something that should not exist. Harry picked it up. The wrongness intensified, directed at him specifically. The fragment inside the locket recognized him, not as kin exactly but as related material, a kind of dark cellular recognition that was deeply unpleasant. He held it without flinching and said, in Parseltongue, the specific sequence of syllables that the research had identified as the sealing phrase, the one Voldemort had used to bind the fragment, reversed, which was theoretically the logical approach and which the research literature had always dismissed as insufficient. The research literature had not accounted for a speaker who was himself carrying a fragment and therefore speaking from inside the same damaged soul rather than from outside it. The locket opened with a sound like a held breath releasing. Remus destroyed it with fiend fire contained in a ward-sealed circle, which took 4 minutes and required the specific concentration of someone who has studied the theory of fiend fire extensively and is doing the thing they have prepared for. When the fire cleared, the locket was ash and the wrongness was gone. Harry exhaled. Next one, Sirius said, his voice carrying the quality of a man who is doing fine and not going to indicate otherwise until the work is done. The cup was in a warded room on the 2nd floor, behind a curse that Bones recognized from the Auror Dark Artifacts training and neutralized with professional efficiency. Same process, Harry opened it, Remus destroyed it, the wrongness dissipated. They were out of the estate in 40 minutes. Outside the ward perimeter, Dumbledore was standing in the dark with 2 Aurors, and when Harry came through the outer ward boundary he looked at Harry's face and said, simply, "Both?" "Both," Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them they were clear and, Harry thought, genuinely lighter. "The chamber next," he said. "Tomorrow," Harry said. "Tonight we come back." He looked at Sirius. "I don't want to do the chamber tired." Sirius looked at him with the expression he'd developed over the past year, the one that was protective and proud and slightly rueful about both. "Tomorrow," he agreed. The Chamber of Secrets was precisely what Edmund's portrait had described, which was to say it was extraordinary and deeply unpleasant in equal measure. Harry went down through the girls' bathroom plumbing with Sirius and Remus, because Bones had agreed that the 3 of them going into a sealed chamber with a basilisk was the appropriate operational group size and that adding more people created too many variables. Dumbledore, who had agreed to most things without argument since Geneva, had said the same thing, then added that he would be maintaining a magical link to Sirius's wand from outside in case anything went wrong, which was the kind of offer that was both practical and quietly said something about where he now stood. The passage was long and stone-cold and full of shed snakeskin, which provided useful confirmation that the basilisk was real, alive, and sizable. Harry walked ahead because the Parseltongue was his and the chamber responded to it, the stone under his feet conducting some faint vibration that was not quite awareness but was in the same family. The chamber itself opened around them like a cathedral built for a different religion, enormous columns carved with serpents, the floor damp, the far end dominated by a carved stone face that Harry recognized from the historical accounts as the likeness of Salazar Slytherin, an approximation at least, built to impress rather than to remember. At its base, coiled in the cold dark, was the basilisk. 1,000 years old, and it showed, the sheer scale of it, the way it displaced the air of the whole chamber just by being present. Harry knew enough basilisk lore to know it killed with its gaze, and he kept his eyes on the floor as he moved forward. He spoke to it in Parseltongue. Not commands. Not threats. He told it, as accurately as he could in a language he had never formally studied but that came out of him like breathing, what it was. A bound creature in a sealed chamber for 1,000 years, bound to a master who was now diminished and whose soul was being systematically dismantled. He told it what he intended to do, which was remove the Horcrux that had been placed in the chamber, and he asked it whether it would allow this. The basilisk was very still. Then it moved, not toward him, sideways, a colossal and deliberate repositioning that revealed, behind it, in the shadow of the far wall, a stone alcove containing a small object on a carved stand. The Ravenclaw Horcrux. Harry walked to it while the basilisk held its position with the specific quality of an ancient creature making a considered choice. The object was a bronze diadem, Ravenclaw's diadem, the historical record had identified, an actual artifact lost for centuries. He looked at it without touching it for a moment, feeling the wrongness that had become familiar, the dark cellular resonance. He spoke the reversal sequence. The diadem opened differently from the others, more resistance, more recognition, the fragment inside it older in its imprisonment and more deeply rooted. Harry pushed through it in the specific way that Shafiq's constraint training had prepared him for without her knowing it, through the resistance rather than around it, and felt something give. He looked at the diadem. Remus, he said. Remus contained and destroyed it. Harry turned around. The basilisk had not moved. He looked at its coils, not at its eyes, and said in Parseltongue, "Thank you. You don't have to stay here." A long silence. The stone walls of the chamber ran with moisture. Somewhere in the pipes above them, Hogwarts plumbing made its ordinary sounds. Then the basilisk moved, not in any direction Harry had expected, not toward the tunnel. It moved to the center of the chamber and coiled there with the deliberate quality of a choice, and made a sound that was not aggressive, not threatening, simply present. Settling. "I have been here a long time," it said, in Parseltongue. "I will stay a little longer. Until it is finished." Harry had not expected that. He stood with it for a moment. "All right," he said. They went back up through the tunnel and out into the girls' bathroom, which was completely ordinary and smelled of cold stone, and Sirius sat down on the bathroom floor for a moment with his back against the wall and the specific expression of a man who has been keeping it together for 2 hours and is allowing himself 30 seconds. Harry sat down next to him. Remus sat down on Sirius's other side. They sat on the floor of a second-floor Hogwarts bathroom in the November dark, all three of them, and nobody said anything for a while. "3 down," Sirius said eventually. "3 to go," Harry said. "Nagini. The connection in my scar. And Voldemort himself." Sirius's jaw tightened slightly. "The scar. I know," Harry said. "You promised Remus," Sirius said. "I promised Remus," Harry confirmed. "And I'll keep it." He looked at the water-stained ceiling. "I have a theory about how. I need to test it. But I need Fawkes for that part." "Can you call him?" Remus asked. "I've never called him," Harry said. "He comes when he decides to come." But, he paused. He had thought about this, in the way he thought about everything, from multiple angles and then directly. "I think he'll come when it's time. He came when it was time before." "What makes you think it's that kind of situation?" Sirius said. Harry looked at his hands in the dim light. "Because magic intervened," he said. "At Godric's Hollow. With the scroll. With Fawkes. It doesn't do that randomly. If it went to the trouble of generating a vault of inherited truth document and sending a phoenix to burn the blocks off a 6-year-old's magic in a ruined house in the middle of the night, it wasn't planning to leave the last part unaddressed." There was a pause. "That is," Remus said carefully, "either profound or delusional, and given the evidence of the past 5 years I find myself unable to argue against it." "Thank you," Harry said. "It wasn't entirely a compliment," Remus said. "I know," Harry said. "It was accurate, which is better." Fawkes came on a Thursday. Harry was in the Transfiguration classroom working through an advanced theory problem when the window opened, not by wind, not by anyone's hand, and Fawkes came through it with the same unhurried certainty with which he did everything, landed on Harry's desk, and looked at him with those deep, ancient, knowing eyes. Harry looked back. "Now?" he asked. Fawkes blinked once. Harry put down his quill, stood, and went to find Sirius and Remus. They met him in the entrance hall, Sirius with his wand and the particular focus quality of a man who has been waiting for this moment and is not going to waste it, Remus with his calm wrapped a little tighter than usual, the calm of someone who has done the fear work in advance and is now simply ready. McGonagall appeared at the top of the stairs with the expression of someone who had been informed this might happen and had prepared herself for it, and she said nothing except, "Come back," which was both instruction and demand and said everything that needed saying. Dumbledore was in the entrance hall. Harry stopped. "I won't come with you," Dumbledore said. "This part is not mine." He looked at Harry with those old, clear eyes that had not had their warmth diminished by the tribunal or the findings or the long complicated summer of correspondence and cooperation. "I want to tell you one thing. As someone who has known you, in the sense of being aware of you, since before you were born." Harry waited. "You are not a weapon," Dumbledore said. "You have never been. That was my error, among others, conceiving of you as a function rather than a person. What you carry is not a destiny. It is a problem that you have approached with extraordinary intelligence and care, and it has a solution, and you will find it." He paused. "That is all. I simply wanted to say it clearly." Harry looked at him. "Thank you," he said. Then he walked out the front doors with Sirius and Remus and Fawkes, into the cold November night, down the slope of the Hogwarts grounds toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest where the darkness was absolute and the air smelled of frost and pine and old magic. The final encounter did not happen the way stories usually said it would. There was no dramatic arrival, no thunder, no single chosen moment announced by circumstance. Voldemort came in the body of a Ministry Auror who had been reported missing 3 weeks prior, a possession that Nagini had facilitated, the snake moving through the forest with the patient menace of something that had been waiting specifically for this opportunity. Harry heard the snake first. He was standing at the forest's edge with Sirius on his left and Remus on his right and Fawkes somewhere overhead, and the Parseltongue sense he'd developed in the chamber triggered before he saw anything, the awareness of a serpentine mind nearby, and within it the fractured, hot, wrong presence of the diminished thing that was currently using it. "Nagini," he said quietly. Sirius and Remus both moved at the same time, the trained synchrony of two people who have spent 30 years being each other's backup even through years of interruption, and Remus caught the snake with a binding charm of sufficient power to momentarily freeze even a magically enhanced serpent, while Sirius moved into position. The possessed Auror stepped out of the tree line. Voldemort in a borrowed body was a specific kind of horror, not in the supernatural sense but in the human one, the knowledge of what was being done to the person whose eyes were looking at you with that focused, cold, consuming attention. Harry looked back with the same openness he brought to everything, clear and direct, and did not feel afraid. Afraid was not a state that applied here. There was only the work. "Harry Potter," said Voldemort, through someone else's mouth. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The pause that followed had a quality to it, the fractional hesitation of a thing encountering resistance it didn't expect in precisely the form it encountered it. "That name is yours," Harry said. "I know about the Horcruxes. I know about the diary and the locket and the cup and the diadem. I know about Nagini." He looked at the possessed man steadily. "I know about the one in my scar. And I know that the soul you've been splitting and hiding and protecting is so diminished now that what you're doing isn't really living anymore. It's just refusing to accept the alternative." "I will not die," Voldemort said, with the specific intensity of someone for whom this statement is not philosophy but physics. "I know," Harry said. "That's not what I'm offering." Sirius made a sound to his left that he ignored. "I'm offering you the chance to end this without another person dying," Harry said. "The Auror you're possessing has a family. He did nothing to deserve this. Release him and we can address this situation directly." He held the possessed man's eyes. "Or don't, and we address it the hard way, and the outcome is the same except someone innocent suffers for it." "You think you can destroy me," Voldemort said. I think the Horcruxes are gone and Nagini is bound and you are in a borrowed body with a diminished soul, Harry said, and that what you are now is significantly less than what you were, and that you know it. He paused. I'm not trying to humiliate you. I'm trying to be accurate. Something moved in the possessed Auror's face, the complicated movement of a person under possession fighting for their own surface, and beneath it the presence of a thing encountering clarity when it had expected fear and not knowing what to do with the absence of fear. You're 11 years old, Voldemort said. Yes, Harry said. And you're afraid of dying, which is why you're in someone else's body in a forest in November talking to an 11-year-old instead of making your move. He held his wand steady. I know what's in my scar. I know what it is and I know how to address it. And I think you know that if I address it, you have nothing left. He looked at the possessed Auror. Let him go, Tom. This is over. The Auror's body convulsed. The possession fight was visible, the man beneath struggling upward against something that had been suppressing him, and the thing above being pulled in two directions simultaneously by the argument Harry had just made and the accelerating departure of its last material anchor. Nagini, still bound by Remus's charm, made a sound that was very close to distress. Fawkes dropped from the night sky. He landed on Harry's shoulder and sang 3 notes, not the healing song, not the morning song, but something older than both of them, a sequence that resonated with the deep frequency Harry had felt on the first step through Hogwarts' front doors. The song went into Harry's chest and found the thing in his scar, the cold fragment that had been there since he was a baby, and Harry felt it, the burning that wasn't only burning, and pressed his hand flat against his own scar and breathed through it, through the cold and the wrongness and the specific sensation of something being removed that had been there so long it had seemed structural. The fragment came loose. It was not his death. Remus had been right to hope. The theory had been correct, a phoenix burning through a living Horcrux from inside the host, using the host's own connection to the soul as a guide rather than a weapon. It hurt in the specific way of things being corrected rather than destroyed, and when it was done the night air tasted sharper and the cold was just cold and the forest was just a forest. The possessed Auror collapsed. Remus was already moving, catching him before he hit the ground, checking his pulse, his breathing. He's clear, Remus said. He's just unconscious. From the collapsed body, a wisp of something, cold, gray, voiceless, rose into the November air. Not a body. Not a form. Just the last attenuated remnant of a soul that had been divided too many times and held together too long by the force of will alone, and now had neither the anchors nor the will to continue. It did not speak. It did not make any dramatic departure. It simply came apart, the way a sound comes apart in open air, diffusing until there was nothing left to find. The forest was quiet. Harry lowered his hand from his scar. He looked at the place where the wisp had been for a moment, and then at Fawkes, who was still on his shoulder and was rearranging a wing feather with the easy dignity of a creature that has just done something significant and considers the dignity of the aftermath important. Thank you, Harry said, to the phoenix. Fawkes made the soft sound that was his version of obviously. Sirius made a sound that was approximately a word. Sirius? Harry said. Sirius stopped. Started again. I'm completely fine. He was very clearly not completely fine in the sense that fine is often used to mean its opposite, but he was standing and his wand was steady and his eyes were bright, and when Harry looked at him Sirius made a sound that was mostly a laugh and said, James would have had 17 things to say about all of this. What would Lily have said? Harry asked. Sirius thought about it for a moment. She'd have said good and then immediately asked whether you'd eaten. Mipsy asks that. Mipsy learned it from somewhere, Sirius said. Remus looked up from checking the Auror, who was breathing steadily and would wake with a severe headache and no memory of the possession, which was probably the kindest outcome. He looked at Harry with those gray eyes that had been carrying warmth and held it under pressure since April and were now allowing themselves to simply have it, unconstrained. It's done, he said. It's done, Harry agreed. Not over, that was different. There were Death Eaters still active, some in Azkaban and some not. There were institutional reforms still in progress. There was a Wizengamot restructuring and a Hogwarts curriculum overhaul and the long complicated work of a world changing its shape. There was Pettigrew's trial still pending and the Longbottom's medical review not yet complete and Draco's relationship with his father's legacy still being carefully, painfully navigated, and Theodore Nott Jr. in an old house in Wales with an elderly grandfather and a restored estate title and a lot of rebuilding to do. All of that was still there. But Voldemort was gone. The Horcruxes were gone. The scar on Harry's forehead was a scar and nothing more, a mark that was his and only his, and the cold thing that had lived there for 11 years had been removed by the same fire that had started everything on a night in October that had seemed, at the time, like pure destruction. It turned out destruction and beginning were sometimes the same event. They came back up the slope to Hogwarts at midnight. The castle was lit against the dark sky the way it always was, warm and vast and present, and when they crossed the threshold into the entrance hall it resonated again, that low recognition, that deep frequency. Harry stood in it for a moment. The portraits in the corridor were awake. Word traveled fast in portrait networks, which communicated through the backs of their frames and had been doing so for centuries, and by the time Harry reached the ground floor corridor a dozen painted faces were looking at him with various expressions. The old witch in the upper left corner, the one who had been tearful when he first arrived at Potter House, was tearful again, which seemed to be her primary register for significant occasions. Dumbledore was standing at the end of the corridor. He had not gone to bed. His expression when he saw Harry was the expression of a man who has been hoping for something for a long time and is trying to be careful about whether he has received it. "It's done," Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Something in his face moved, deep and private, a shift that was not relief entirely but something that contained it. "Both parts?" "All parts." Another moment. Then Dumbledore said, "I am glad you are alive," and it contained in 4 words everything that could not be said more simply and did not need to be. "I'm glad too," Harry said. Sirius put his hand on Harry's shoulder and kept it there, and Remus was behind them, and the castle was quiet around them all, and somewhere in its depths 1,100 students were asleep in their beds and the moving staircases were conducting their nightly reorganization and the basilisk was in the chamber below staying a little longer until it was finished, and it was finished now. In the morning Hermione was waiting outside the Gryffindor common room with the expression of someone who has been awake since 4 a.m. and has a great many questions. Neville was beside her, looking at Harry with the quiet attention he brought to things he cared about, which was its own kind of eloquence. Harry told them what had happened, briefly and directly, the same way he told everything. Hermione's expression moved through several states, processing, understanding, a relief she didn't fully allow herself until the relevant facts had been established, and then, when they had been, something bright and unguarded. Neville said, "Are you all right?" "Yes," Harry said. "Actually yes." "Good," Neville said, with a simplicity that landed exactly right. A message arrived from Draco at breakfast, a folded note delivered by a Slytherin first year who had clearly been waiting outside the hall and departed at speed, which read, "I heard. Glad you're not dead. Don't make it a habit." Below it, in smaller writing, "My mother wants to know if she can send your godfather a bottle of wine without it being politically complicated. Please advise." Harry wrote back, "Tell her yes. He'll be delighted." He paused, then added, "Tell her thank you. For the documents. And for Tuesday." He sent the note back. Outside the great hall windows the November morning was clear and cold and very large, the ground silver with frost, the black lake still and dark, the sky the specific shade of blue that only exists at this altitude and this time of year, a blue that is almost too clear to be comfortable and is exactly right. Harry ate his breakfast. Across the hall Hermione was writing something with the focused appetite of a person who has moved immediately from one interesting problem to the next, and Neville was talking to the herbology professor who had stopped by the Gryffindor table with something in a small pot, and at the staff table Dumbledore was speaking to McGonagall with an ease that had something new in it, The ease of a man who has put down something he had been carrying for 50 years and is learning, carefully, how to stand differently. Harry looked at all of it. The ordinary moving morning of a place that was extraordinary without requiring it. The portraits commenting from their frames. The enchanted ceiling doing its best interpretation of the November sky outside. He thought about a night in October in a ruined house, and a phoenix landing on a broken wall, and a scroll falling open before he touched it, and the 6-year-old version of himself pressing his hand against his head and saying that was in there. He thought about everything that had come after. He thought about what it meant that magic itself had intervened, had generated a document, had sent a phoenix, had burned away everything that wasn't supposed to be there and left a child with the truth and the capacity to do something with it. He had wondered, sometimes, in the years since, whether he had simply been the instrument of a larger mechanism. Whether Fawkes had come to him specifically or would have come to anyone in that position. He had stopped worrying about the question somewhere in the middle of the Chamber of Secrets with a basilisk choosing to help him. The answer was that it didn't matter. What mattered was what you did with what you were given. The scroll had given him information. The burning had given him access to himself. What he had done with those things had been his. The 19 houses, the audit, Sirius's freedom, the ICW tribunal, the curriculum proposals, Neville in a greenhouse talking about plants, Hermione arguing about historiography, Draco asking about constraint problems with something real in his face, those had been his. Not inevitable. Not fated. Made, one careful decision at a time, with a lot of people doing their parts. That was what it was. That was what it had always been. He picked up his quill and turned to the week's coursework, and the morning light came through the enchanted windows, and the castle resonated low and warm around him, and the world was changed and changing still, as it always is, as it always will be, because that is what the world does when the people in it decide that the things that have been wrong can be made right, and mean it, and are not afraid.